Welcome everyone to The Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. And Kat was right. I was finding my wand. And wizards are never late anyway. Only just on time. When they're supposed to. But how is everyone? Brenda, Jolly, Kat, Tim? Let's see here. TMZ, really? Yeah, TMZ. They're putting themselves in the middle of this thing, I'll tell you what. You could argue how principled they are, that's for sure. But the announcements for today. I interviewed Dr. Z today, Dr. Jamie Zuckerman. I interviewed her once before about narcissistic mothers. I think you'll really like this because we talked about the Nick Reiner case, talked about addiction, her thoughts on whether he might have narcissistic personality disorder or at least narcissistic traits. We talked about Michael McKee and the double homicide there with Spencer and Monique Tepe. That was pretty cool. And by popular demand also, we talked about how people after narcissistic abuse can learn to trust themselves. And that's something that I mention a lot. But she talked about some concrete examples on how to do that. So Dr. Z, she's also been a contributor to Court TV. She's been on local Fox stations too. So and honestly, this is what I'm thinking, chat. This is what I'm thinking. Occasionally, I was like, Dr. Z might be able to be my Maureen. So Brian Etten has Maureen, although Megyn Kelly has been poaching Maureen over there, by the way. But I was thinking, okay, maybe she could be one of my Maureens and talk about some of these cases live with me if she is so inclined. Montana, how are you? Rapper, how are you? And it wouldn't be every time, but I think it could be cool. It could be cool to invite her on occasionally, which should be fun. But how is everyone this evening? I'll be uploading that interview tomorrow. And there could be other people I could probably talk to as well. Mac, I don't know about you, but I'm never late. How is English pizza, Kat? Tell me. Bethany, welcome. Jared, did you hear about the miscommunication between FBI and Pima County? Yes, I did. So speaking about the case there, some of the detectives, the investigators, they don't even know who's in charge. Is Sheriff Nanos in charge? Is the FBI in charge? They don't even know. And to me, I think Sheriff Nanos has a bit of an ego, and I kind of think that's getting in the way here of doing what's best. He sees all these eyes on him, and he's like, oh, we got to do what's best for me instead of what's best for the case. Because why not involve the FBI? If they have all sorts of better technology, why not include them? Especially when Nancy could be alive. I mean, we still don't know about NASA's footage, what they could possibly see either. I mean, no organization is going to be perfect, but they still have better technology. Ellie, how are you? It's yummy, particularly Pizza Express. I don't know. I hear where I am has the best pizza, New Jersey. That's just what I hear. Rumor has it, as Adele would say. Rumor with O-U-W-R. But all right, let's begin here to see what we have going on for today. So we're going to go over this Brian Etten video, and I'm telling you, you're not going to like it again. But I mean, some people like Megyn Kelly, but Maureen, Megyn Kelly has stolen Maureen from Brian Etten. And that's where she is now, every night. She's with Megyn Kelly. She's not with Brian Etten. Maybe because Brian Etten's on location, and so he can't. Maybe. But that's where she's been. Living life. Welcome. Nope. Don't get it twisted, living. It's New Jersey and New York. Not Chicago deep dish pizza. But before I begin, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And super chats are a great way to get questions answered. Also, I do one-on-one consultations with people too for clarity and guidance. So whether someone has an addiction issue or they're in a toxic relationship or have a toxic family member, I help a lot of people with that as well. I'll include my email in the descriptions to email me about that or the Calendly link to schedule.
So much for checking out my show. I really, really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. Really appreciate all your support. I am here outside Nancy Guthrie's house in Tucson, Arizona. It's now day 12 since Nancy Guthrie went missing. Nancy's house is behind me. I kind of just came up here to, there's like, it's so hard to find shade here. So there's like some shade under a tree here. So I figured I would just talk to you guys here and go over all the latest developments of the last 24 hours or so. And it seems like every day sort of starts out slow in the morning and then new things happen and develop, which I guess is a good thing. It shows that there is at least what appears to be progress in the case, or at least, you know, that investigators are working hard. First of all, this morning, a white tent was put up outside of Nancy Guthrie's house, and this kind of came out of nowhere. It appeared to be sheriff's deputies showed up, put this tent up right up against the...
So what we heard is there's actually been 2 gloves found. So 1 pair of gloves. It was kind of close to Nancy's house. And someone Brian talks to in this interview, they're going to go back and forth on whether they think that was the actual suspect doing that. I'm not ruling it out completely, but I don't know. It'd be a dumb move by them, but there's been dumb criminals before.
The front door of the house, like very, very close to the front door, so that we couldn't see what was going on. We saw one of the investigators go in with what looked like photographic equipment. But then what was interesting was there, and we zoomed in on this, there was another investigator that went in with what is called a forensic height board, which I had never heard of before, a forensic height board, which has measurements on it. And I am told they would use that to try and figure out the height of the suspect. So basically they would go back and look at the surveillance photos and videos and then use this forensic height board to try to determine how tall the person is. I'm also wondering if they were possibly looking at blood, doing more testing on the blood, how far apart the blood droplets were. Because remember, we went up there and got the video of the blood before, when they opened up the crime scene the first time, but it wasn't like a pool of blood, if you guys remember. It was like blood droplets in different places that went from the door all the way out to near the driveway. And we don't know if they were also testing that. And the other thought I had at first when I put the tent up is for the first time.
Oh my God, B, I was literally right about to say to the chat, have you seen the beautiful waterfall recently? B, because we haven't seen her here in a minute. And right as I was about to pause the video and say that, here you are. So rumor has it, I can be a magical wizard. And there you are. What do you know? But glad to have you here, B.
There's rain in the forecast tomorrow, so I thought maybe they were just covering that area because rain is coming, but that doesn't appear to be the case because within a couple of hours they took the tent down and they were gone. And the most interesting thing that I noticed was the forensic height board, which again would indicate that they were trying to figure out the height of the person who was seen in the surveillance video. I also want to mention before I get any deeper into what I've seen today from the investigation, Savannah Guthrie did.
So Savannah Guthrie posted another video. We might look at that later. But this is a video of someone close to the Nancy Guthrie's house the night she disappeared. And there's a person with a backpack, and they basically analyze the clothing. Maureen talks about it in a little more detail with Megyn Kelly, but they think it might be a potential suspect. Now, is it for sure? No, they don't know that. But they're throwing it out there to say maybe. That's what they're doing. But we don't know. It could just be completely unrelated as well.
Post a new video on her Instagram, and it's just so heartbreaking. It shows just older videos of her mom, Nancy. And again, it just reminds you of the fact that this is a real person, that this is a real family suffering, and just how loved Nancy is by her family, but also by people in this community here in Tucson. And Nancy and Savannah wrote, "Our lovely mom, we will never give up on her. Thank you for your prayers and hope." And she posted that old home video, which, I think I've told you guys I get so wrapped up in the investigation and running around to all the different places and trying to stay on top of everything. I just like to remember that, this woman is loved by so many, and I just think about what her family is going through right now. So I want to read you the latest update from the Pima County Sheriff's Office that just came out a little while ago. They are saying investigators are requesting all video footage that includes vehicles, vehicle traffic, people, pedestrians, and anything neighbors deem out of the ordinary or important to our investigation from January 1st, 2026 to February 2nd, 2026. So they are looking for any video now going all the way back to January 1st, well before Nancy went missing. An alert was just sent via a Neighbors app to users within a 2-mile radius of Nancy Guthrie's residence near East Skyline Drive and North Campbell Avenue. And I'll put the link below, but there's a link where you can submit this video. It says investigators are reviewing all videos submitted by neighbors, including any new ones that come in. So again, they're now going back all the way to January 1st, 2026. So well before Nancy went missing, looking for any video that anybody thinks is unusual, which is interesting.
So they're casting a wide net here. Oh, any videos that you think might be interesting or you might think be a little suspicious, send them to us. So what does that tell you? Does that tell you they're grasping at straws here and they really don't know and they have a total whodunit situation here? And they're not acting like Tommaso's involved. Ashley Banfield said her source in law enforcement said Tommaso's involved, but from everything we're seeing here, they're not acting like he is. They're not acting like he's a suspect. They clearly didn't say he was, but just because they didn't say it doesn't mean he isn't. But they're not acting like it either. That's the thing. So it seems like they've got nothing, honestly. And I think some of it could be, I don't think it was handled the best in the first 48 hours. I think they shouldn't have closed down the crime scene so soon. They should have closed it to the public and kept it closed. I think there's a lot of things they could have done better.
Trying to see, obviously, if this person has been in the neighborhood before. The other interesting thing is one of the neighbors out here told us that when the detective came to their door looking for Ring video, they specifically asked for video from January 11th between 9 p.m. and midnight. Why they
also make sure you're very kind to the mods here, whether they're Jay, Songbits, or Livin. They're all very helpful to the channel. I appreciate them. Any insults to them will be taken as insults to me. Not that we've had a problem with that.
We're zeroing in on that specific time, January 11th, between 9 p.m. and midnight. I don't know, but that is clearly a time frame that they are also interested in, that they didn't put out publicly, but that is what one of the neighbors told me. Let me go back to the latest release from Pima County Sheriff. The Pima County Sheriff's Department periodically uses the Neighbors app to contact residents with home surveillance cameras. Requests will come from Pima County Sheriff's Department with a blue check mark. So they're sending this alert out within a 2-mile radius of Nancy Guthrie's house, which is behind me. So 2 miles all the way around, looking for any new video. They say as more leads come in, detectives and agents will continue to follow up on viable leads throughout the community. You can expect to see a higher presence of law enforcement activity going forward, which we've seen every day. I showed you guys yesterday. I mean, there's dozens of FBI agents out here now searching. They were back in Nancy's yard yesterday, in the side yard. They were searching across the street where the media is set up. And then, of course, they were searching where they found the gloves. It says, in terms of notes, the FBI is handling all aspects related to any reason, notes, or communications involving the Guthrie family. Any inquiries regarding this matter should be directed to the FBI Public Affairs Office. So this is in terms of like ransom notes. TMZ is reporting that they've received another note from the same email they received yesterday, which is someone saying that they know who has Nancy Guthrie, and they're asking for Bitcoin also. Look, I'm skeptical of these notes. They could be real, but the fact that they're being sent to TMZ and, there's obviously people trying to take advantage of the situation. We already saw the one arrest. There's people trying to take advantage of the situation and make money off of all of this. So I don't know. Could they be real? Yes, I'm sure police are looking into it.
I think there's just a lot of opportunistic people that are trying to exploit the situation. That's what I think. I mean, and why are they sending these to TMZ anyway? Why are they doing that? Because they think, what's the steel man to send it to TMZ? Oh, they won't be prepared to try to find us. The FBI might be able to be more likely to find us if we send a note. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to send it to TMZ.
The FBI is looking into it, but I don't know what I make of these TMZ notes. They're saying there are no press briefings scheduled at this time. Sheriff Nanos is not conducting one-on-one interviews and remains the sole department spokesperson. Should a significant development occur, a press conference will be called, and you will be notified via email and our X account. Also, I'm learning, remember we told you yesterday about the glove that was found off of the main road here about 1.5 miles from Nancy's house? It actually is a pair of gloves, I'm told, like two, a set, 2 gloves, and it's a
So a pair of gloves found by Nancy's house by the road.
main roadway. That's the other thing. It's not just like a side street like where Nancy lives. It's a main roadway, and it was a search team that found it right along the road. And you're going to hear in my interview in a second with the former SWAT team member and former deputy who's worked in this area in this county for decades. But he's skeptical of these gloves, and I think I am too. I mean, they could be real. They bagged them. They sent them off for testing. They could be connected, I mean. But the fact that they were on a main roadway and that they hadn't been spotted for 11 days makes me skeptical. And also that those black gloves are used in so many different ways. I mean, one of the guys that here was telling me, "Oh, I use those exact gloves for barbecuing." My friend who's a cook said I use them, at the restaurant. Hairdressers use them. Auto mechanics use them. People using chemicals doing work inside houses and construction use them. So, and also, would the suspect have just thrown the gloves out on the side of the road, especially on a main highway like that? So I'm skeptical that they're actually going to be connected, but it is possible they were collected, they were bagged, and they're going to be doing testing on them. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there.
And let's face it, that would be a careless thing for them to do, because why toss it so close to the home? If you're driving away, why not do this hundreds of miles away so the connection would be much less apparent? So unless they're extremely stupid, I would doubt it's theirs.
Something else interesting, and I've started to get to know people in local law enforcement here and been making sources on the ground, and I've been asking, is the local sheriff in charge, or is the FBI now in charge? And I actually asked it at the last press conference, if you guys remember. I asked the sheriff that, and he kind of just beat around the bush and said, "Oh, it doesn't matter who's actually in charge. We're all working together." But it seems like a legitimate question because
I think it does matter who's in charge. I think there should be a chain of command. I think it's important to know where things should be asked and who to go to when things go awry. So the fact that he's saying they don't know, and I don't know how important it is who's in charge, I don't like that very much. That kind of speaks to a little bit of confusion behind the scenes. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, this is Brian Etten. Brian Etten Investigates is the name of his channel. You should definitely go check it out. I think he has the most integrity of the investigative journalists in the space. That's just my opinion. And so I cover his material a lot. I really like him. I give him a thumbs up. He gets the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect's thumb up. Maureen O'Connell. She's one of my favorite guests of his. She's a former FBI agent. I think she's really awesome too. So to me, that is the A team.
People have been criticizing the sheriff about the way he handled the investigation, especially in the beginning. And there has to be someone in charge. And I haven't been able to get an answer. But what's interesting is I was talking to some of the people who I've met here in law enforcement, and they were saying that even investigators who are working the case don't know exactly who's in charge, which is somewhat alarming to think about. And there's got to be one of those agencies has to be the lead. I'm guessing it's still the sheriff's office and that the FBI is still technically assisting, although it seems in many ways the FBI is handling some aspects of this case.
In terms of JLR, I get the impression that he just throws anything he can at the thing, just constant recording. I think Brian is much more concise.
By themselves, like, for example, what the sheriff's office put in their latest press release saying that with the ransom notes, that just goes to the FBI. But I just found it really, really telling that the sources that I've made said even investigators working the case don't know who's actually in charge. And one other thing that's interesting is there's this other Ring camera video that has now surfaced that we've confirmed. We sent it to the sheriff's office and they responded that they're looking into all videos. And this video is interesting because you see a person with a backpack And some people have found similarities in the video to the person at Nancy Guthrie's door, although there's no confirmation of that. And that's one of the reasons that we're blown.
So this is the video here, and they buzzed out or they fuzzed out his face. I mean, in the name of Brian Etten's channel, he's a reporter, but the name of his channel is Brian Etten Investigates.
In the face, just because the police aren't saying that. But you see the person with the backpack, they go up to a gate, and it does look suspicious at the least. And again, we reached out to the sheriff's office asking if they are looking into this specific video. And this, I'm told, is from about anywhere from around 5 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. And they just responded that they're looking into all videos. So it seems that they are looking into it. So I asked.
So this is 5 miles from the house, happened on the night of. And again, maybe this is just a video that was sent to them after they asked for all the videos dating back to what, January 1st even. And maybe this is what that is. But rewind it again so you can see what we're even looking at here.
Know who's actually in charge. And one other thing that's interesting is there's this other Ring camera video that has now surfaced that.
So this is a Ring cam video, double backpack action, blurred out face. Maureen's going to say it looks like a gun in his jacket there, which it does. But what do you think about this, chat? Related or completely unrelated? Because granted, just because someone has a gun doesn't mean it's related.
We've confirmed, we sent it to the sheriff's office and they responded that they're looking into all videos. And this video is interesting because you see a person with a backpack. And some people have found similarities in the video to the person at Nancy Guthrie's door, although there's no confirmation of that. And that's one of the reasons that we're blurring the face, just because the police aren't saying that. But you see the person with the backpack, they go up to a gate, and it does look suspicious at the least. And again, we reached out to the sheriff's office asking.
So where was he interviewed? Who ruled him out? You don't just tell me that they did. Tell me where. Tell me the source.
If they are looking into this specific video. And this, I'm told, is from about anywhere from around 5 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. And they just responded that they're looking into all videos. So it seems that they are looking into it. So I asked Bob Krieger about this, and I'm going to play for you now my full interview with him. He was a long time Pima County Sheriff's deputy, and he also was on the SWAT team for a long time. So I asked him about all the latest developments. This is my conversation with Bob. Thank you for talking with me again.
Sure.
First of all, we saw this tent go up this morning right outside the front door of Nancy's house, kind of like almost like sealed to the front little entryway.
Okay.
And it was up for a couple of hours. We saw them go in with what looked like maybe photographic equipment, but then also like it looked like almost a chart, like a measurement chart that they took in there. And then they took the tent down. What do you think is going on here?
It's hard to say. I did not see the tent, so I'm not exactly sure. They could have been using it simply to block light for whatever they might have been doing. They might have been doing some sort of evidence collection as far as scientific goes, blood collection, things like that, looking for any type of biological samples. And the chart could have been, just seeing, simply testing something to see if it comes back positive as blood or some other type of, body fluid or something like that.
Yeah, let me show you a picture because I have
Sure.
a picture. I was wondering with the chart if maybe they're going to try to get us a height to release. Maybe they can somehow use that to try to figure out how tall the suspect was. That the door is right behind there, and that's what they put up there.
Yeah. Again, it would just be something. There's a million different reasons, quite honestly, and it could be simply to keep the prying eyes out as well.
For something they were doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you surprised that this just randomly popped up? I mean, we're day, I think day 12 now?
A little surprised, yes. The fact that they're doing anything still, it's still good because you want to follow up on any lead, but it's unfortunate that.
Thank you very much for this, Hot Tamales. I appreciate you. Appreciate all the super chats as well. It's the best way to get questions answered. So I'm looking for this. ABC News is the one that said that guy's no longer a suspect at all, no longer potentially a suspect. Thank you, Hot Tamales.
There's been 12 days since you had that initial bite of the purest apple you're going to get. There was literally a pizza guy that walked up there yesterday. So there are so many contaminations, chain of custody issues at this point. but it still doesn't matter because you still might get something that's valuable. You know, it never hurts to keep trying.
In terms of people, you mentioned the pizza guy walking up, that got a lot of attention. We were able to go get video of the blood initially just because it was open. People are surprised that it wasn't sealed off just all this time. I mean, you worked at the sheriff's office for so long. Has that been an issue in the past?
It's difficult because it's still a family's house. You know, you get a search warrant and you can keep it for a reasonable amount of time, but we can't keep it forever. And at some point, you've exhausted all your investigative leads and tools that you're going to do at the scene. It's not uncommon to have to go back because maybe a day or 2 or 3 days later, you get some new information, some new evidence like, oh, we weren't even looking for something like that. You might have to apply for a new search warrant to get it amended. Because in your initial search warrant, that was out of the scope of your search. So there's a lot of different reasons why these things might pop up. Ideally, it would be done as soon as you have it, because again, that's when you're going to have your purest scene. But it's not completely uncommon to have to go back and do these things.
Is it an issue when you go to court if it's been unsealed?
Oh, absolutely. It just creates all kinds of questions. You know, why didn't you do it in the first place? And a lot of times there are very reasonable answers as to why you didn't do it in the first place. But is it going to create reasonable doubt? Potentially. And there's always going to be that question. You got to remember, nobody's perfect. Investigators aren't perfect, and things, you know, get missed, and more information.
So I'm looking to see what platform and what source said it was cleared. I can't see it on ABC. Where was it on TV? Was it X? Was it Instagram? Was it something else? I can't see anything.
Of those 18,000 tips, maybe one of them said something that nobody had talked about before. And like, oh, wow, I didn't even think about that. And they go back to the house and, you know, get that warrant again, because they are amending that warrant, I'm sure, because once we left, our ability to go in that house and search was done. You know, so we had to amend it, get a new search warrant to keep going back. And the same with the FBI. They're working together, however they're doing that. There's a lot of back channel paperwork that's going on during this whole process.
Something else new we learned from neighbors is that the detectives have been asking them if they have any video from January 11th in the evening, which is a very specific, and they gave specific time. I think it was 9 to 11 p.m. around there. And that,
what do you think could be happening January 11th between 9 and 11 p.m.? I really don't know. Because how long has it been now? What's the date of this occurrence? Coming up on 2 weeks, right? So the end of January is when it happened. So what could have possibly been January 11th? Any guesses, chat?
that's weeks before Nancy you know, went missing, before any of this even started. What do you think that could mean?
My guess would be that something happened in the neighborhood. Maybe a suspicious person was called in. Maybe a suspicious vehicle that nobody had seen before was called in. And they're just following up on any lead, any possibility. That person, that vehicle could have been nothing, but it could have been something. Even if the sheriff's department didn't have contact with it that night, because that's a common call. And if you get there and there's no criminal activity going on, you may not make contact. You may not even find it. But if someone called it in, it doesn't hurt to go back and see if there's some video, because then, again, you get that one little piece of information that you hadn't had in the first place, and you can start following up on that and just, you know, keep going, always trying to, you know, uncover as many rocks at this point as you can.
What about the glove? I'm sure you saw they found a glove, and there's also some reports that it was a pair of gloves on the side of the road. It was right on the side of the road, which was interesting. And it was found 11 days after. I see you're kind of like smirking a little. Do you think it's unrelated, or you think it might be? What's your gut tell you?
My gut tells me it's unrelated.
And I agree with him. My gut tells me it's unrelated too. But this is interesting here. Brian Etten reports on X 28 minutes ago. I have learned as recently as last night, the Pima County Sheriff's Office was not sharing critical information with the FBI. Can you believe that? Sheriff Nanos not sharing critical information with the FBI? What possibly could have been their motive, and what do you think they weren't sharing? Whichever way it is, that's pretty obnoxious, honestly. And it can cost Nancy her life as well. So that's pretty horrific. But what do you think about that, chat?
Happened to come out the day it was found, the day the video was released, or the day after it was released. The timing. If it was found on Campbell, like I was told, it's a very well-traveled road, both some foot traffic, but a lot of traffic. It would stick out. People would have saw it. My guess is it wasn't there until the day it was found, but it could have been. And that being said, that's one of those rocks that you're not going to dismiss it, because it could be the smoking gun. And you want to follow up on it. But if I had to guess, it's probably not related.
Yeah, and it's my understanding those black gloves are used for a lot of different things. I mean, people who work on houses use them, people who use chemicals, hairstylists use them, cooks use them.
I have black gloves at my house for when I barbecue.
Yeah.
So there's just so many different uses. So, you know, they're a dime a dozen, but soon there are at least one set of black gloves out there that are related to this case.
And also, you'd think that the suspect, I mean, that would be pretty stupid to just throw them out right along the road that close to Nancy's.
I've seen dumber things criminals do. We see it all the time. You know, they panic a little bit. They think they're far enough away. Maybe he lives a good distance away, and you just toss him, say, no one's going to think about this a mile from the scene. But that I've seen much stupider things done. So,
yeah, it's always possible criminals are stupid. But here's the thing. These criminals, stupid or not, they've gotten away with it up until now. So what do you say about that? Sweet Caroline, thank you very much for this. I like to follow through. To answer your question from yesterday, Jared, I believe that Nancy could have had a personal alarm to wear 24/7 monitored. You think so? Interesting. Chat, what do you think about this? Do you agree with her? Do you think she could have had a personal alarm to wear 24/7? Could be. But thank you very much for the super chat, Sweet Caroline.
you know, it's possible.
Let me show you this video too. This is a Ring camera video from about 5 miles away, from a different this is a different situation, obviously, but people are looking at it because it, you know, there's a guy with a backpack.
Sure.
What do you think? I mean, tell me what you make of people are making the comparison, obviously, but you see he's got the backpack. He goes up to this gate. People are saying that the jacket looks similar.
Yeah. I would agree on a lot of those things. The jacket looks similar, the backpack, the way the backpack's loaded up. That was one of the first things I noticed with the...
That could be a DoorDash delivery January 11th. Someone just said in the chat. That could be. That could be a reason why they want videos from that day. Good thinking there.
Initial video, dude looks like he's got his laundry in his backpack. There's so much stuff in there, and it consists...
I thought he was going to say, dude looks like a lady.
With that one, it could be a coincidence, but at the same time, there's a lot of things that, why would you not look at that? 5 miles, while it's a good distance away, it still could be related. You know, bad guys don't have boundaries. They'll go from one spot to another, away from their areas where they feel comfortable at, if, you know, obviously, especially with something like this. One thing I noticed specifically with the first backpack is the fact that he wore the strap across his chest, which isn't real common for most people. Most people don't even know that that strap is there. And I would love to see on that second video if that strap was there, because that would be a consistent issue that most people don't wear. They just throw their backpack on and go. Because, you know, I've backpacked, so I've used that. You use it for stability, for support. There's reasons for it. Hook your thumbs on. So there's some consistencies, and why wouldn't you follow up on that? So hopefully whatever law enforcement agency responded to that call, if they did, there's something to follow up on there.
That's a good point, though. I've never snapped mine.
Yeah.
I mean,
most
I don't know.
people
Is it for hiking most? I don't know. Yeah.
It's to distribute weight.
Yeah. And this is a little part in the front, you mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was literally the first thing I noticed about the backpack when they walked up to the door. Yeah.
So what's the sense? I mean, you live here, obviously. You were in law enforcement for a long time. You have a lot of friends. Like, people keep asking me what my feeling is about this, and I have a hard time saying, because I don't know what they know behind the scenes. It's hard to say whether they're back at square one, or, I mean, what is your overall sense?
Well, I don't think, as far as the investigation goes, they're not at square one. You have to follow up on everything. I'm sure there's multiple teams working different leads, and, you know, because everyone's not just focused on one thing. You have to divvy up the labor. If you don't, you'll just be turning your wheels and go nowhere. So I'm sure there's folks looking here, looking there, you know, going down to Rio Rico, up north, wherever it might be, wherever the leads are following. I'm sure there's some frustration, but sometimes, quite honestly, investigations, they don't happen overnight. You wait for that bit of information, that intelligence, that piece of evidence that you didn't have, and suddenly now we've got something. You just look at the individual in Rio Rico a couple nights ago. Prior to that, everyone thought we had nothing. Well, that was something. Turned out to be...
This is a good point here, Bella. So Bella is a surgical nurse, and she says, all of Medical Guardian's on-the-go devices include GPS location tracking. So if you have an emergency requiring immediate help, they can find you. The button would need pressed. Is it with her or no? And I guess we don't know, right? We haven't been told if it has been.
You know, who knows? It might have been nothing. It might have been something, but it's another stepping stone to keep going. I'm, again, sure that there's some frustration on the investigators' parts. I'm sure there's, you know, demands being asked of them from all around. And I'm sure of this, that they're doing their best. I'm sure they're working long hours, not sleeping much, and doing what they can do to just keep going with this.
And the pressure too. I mean, imagine doing an investigation. And I was thinking about this morning. I mean, we're literally following them around. Not me, but a lot of media is following them around everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Drones are up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, every little thing they do, they can't really do in secret.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And that's a difficult part on the law enforcement side. A lot of things we don't want the media around seeing what they're doing. And again, everyone has the right to do that, but having that extra burden and trying to, you know, do your job efficiently and effectively, it's tough sometimes. You know, I know when the SWAT vehicles left the other day.
Hot Ham, thank you for renewing your membership. You're the best. You're not going to be gray anymore.
Immediately, people knew about that. And it's like, having my SWAT background, I knew the frustration they felt. And those things don't go fast, so we're not outrunning anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you were on the SWAT team.
Yeah,
right?
for 25 years.
For 25 years. So what do you, I mean, are they all on standby in a situation like this? Because at any moment, it seems like they could find, right? I mean,
absolutely.
They could make that call.
The Pima regional team is always on standby, like most teams are. I'm sure there's smaller elements ready to go at a moment's notice between the Pima regional SWAT team, FBI, HRT, probably the Tucson Police Department. Those are the three main teams that are going to be working something like this, just, you know, so they can help each other.
Yeah.
And luckily, we have great relationships with all those agencies at the tactical level, because, you know, all we want to do is solve the problem and do what we can do to get Nancy back and to, you know, hopefully, you know, take into custody whoever was responsible for it.
Yeah, and I confirmed the FBI hostage rescue team is in Tucson, which that's an elite. I mean, that's an elite team, right? I mean, they're like the ones you see in the movies.
They are. They're well trained. They're prepared, just like the Pima regional team is. We've trained with them in the past. I've personally trained with them in the past. So, you know, you want to have the best of the best when, you know, you have to go on this is a very low frequency, high risk type of mission. And it doesn't happen a lot. It really doesn't. It's not common. And so if there is some type of tactical resolution that has to come from it, you want the best of the best out there. And so luckily, you know, we're in a location right now where there's a lot of good teams and a lot of good, capable operators.
Do you have any sense if the FBI is more in charge now, or if the sheriff still is?
That I don't know.
Do you have any, I mean, just from what you've seen, is there any, I don't really know what to look for. I mean, does it feel like, because a lot of people have been not that, I mean, just nationally, a lot of the people don't seem that confident in the sheriff at this point.
I can understand some of that. What I can say about the Sheriff's Department investigators, they're top notch.
So the Sheriff's Department investigators can be top notch, but just like Brian Nitton said 28 minutes ago on X, he's not giving information to the FBI. And the quote was, "It's insane." So what possibly could he be withholding from the FBI that they need? And what would his motive be for doing that? It has to be some kind of selfish motive, right? Ego, selfish. What else could it possibly be?
They're hard workers. We've had calls similar to this in the past. Experience levels vary for various reasons. And, you know, I just...
And Ryan in the chat said, oh, maybe it's a cover-up. Maybe. Not impossible.
I don't know who the primary investigators are, but I do know that they're going to do their best. But I also can understand some of the frustration locally and nationally with maybe how it was handled initially. So going back to the initial question, who's running it? That I don't know.
When you were at the office, were they at a higher level reluctant to call the FBI in ever right away?
There were not a lot of cases where the FBI got involved with. I was honestly a little surprised, like on the surface, when I heard that they were now getting involved. We've had kidnappings in the past where the FBI never got involved, but we've also worked with them locally on different types.
So people in the chat are now saying that Nancy's diabetic. If so, that's the first I heard of that. And then you would think insulin. And now granted, there's new up-to-date versions of administering insulin, but still, like that is also something you need.
Calls. Again, the high profile of this, the nation, probably the worldwide eyes on it, it makes sense why they're here. And I would be happy to have them. Anyone who wouldn't, it's ridiculous. I would want to work hand in hand with them, share as much information as I could, because they have access to things that we don't, databases, information analysts, just like they don't know how things work locally. So putting those two together, if you are not working hand in hand and like sharing every bit of information at every second, you are failing. That would be where the failure would lie. And I don't know if that's happening. I hope it's not. I hope egos aren't getting involved, because there's too much at stake. And when egos get involved.
And to be clear, I have not heard anyone say Nancy's diabetic. That is just what someone said in the chat. But just because they said it doesn't mean it's true. Type 1 diabetes is more severe than type 2, of course, as well. And he's talking about here that he doesn't know what's going on between the FBI and the sheriff's department, but he says he hopes egos are not getting involved. And of course, I think we now know either egos are getting involved or it's something worse.
Things don't work as efficiently as they should.
Well, and even the video coming off of the Google Nest Cam when there was no subscription, that would have never happened without the FBI. I mean, that was a relationship that they had with
exactly.
people.
I would guess, you know, normal investigator, oh, you don't have a camera, you don't have access, you try and look at their DVR, however they're storing it locally, and if you can't get, like, okay, cool. Maybe some analysts that we work with, because we have some great analysts in the Tucson area, and they do, when I say amazing things with electronic evidence, cell phone exploitation, just recovery of that data. One of my previous assignments was at the HIDTA task force, and the folks over there and the folks that we started building it within the sheriff's department, they have solved so many cases for the investigators based on that. So would they have gotten to it? I would hope so, but I'm not going to lie. I'm sure the FBI had a lot to do with that, and with the resources that they have.
What's that task force you said?
It's a HIDTA task force.
What does that mean?
It's a high-intensity drug trafficking task force in southern Arizona. Part of it is the sheriff's department in Tucson, police department, local agencies, all working in conjunction on some of the drug problems down here. That's what the main focus is. But it expands. We worked on violent crimes. There was a violent crime. There was an overdose death squad that I was a deputy commander of there.
Thank you for sharing that information, Maureen. And Sweet Caroline, thank you very much for the super chat. No collaboration. I feel upset about this. And honestly, everyone should feel upset about this, specifically Savannah Guthrie's family, Nancy Guthrie's family. So if you're a local person there, you don't want to hear this about your local law enforcement, not one bit. Thank you, Sweet Caroline.
There's, they work UC, they work interdiction, parcel interdiction. So they just do a ton of stuff, and it's just a lot of resources under the same roof. And when you have that, and you have all of the resources reaching out to their individual resources and bringing it under one roof, that's where you get success, especially on the investigative side.
Anything else I left out you think that you thought about in the last day or so?
No, just hoping that tips that keep coming in produce something, get us closer to finding Nancy, finding out what actually went on, and really hopefully electronic evidence, or someone's like, hey, I think this might be this dude, because between the two videos, someone knows, especially the second video. Even if that person's not involved, it's another lead, and maybe he knows who did this, because bad guys talk. They talk to each other, they talk about what they did. That's what's a little surprising about this one, is in most of these types of cases, a bad guy will tell another bad guy friend what they did.
So generally, Keith, the FBI gets involved when it's across state lines or into another country even. There are several variables, or if local law enforcement requests help because they just don't have the proper equipment. The FBI has more advanced databases and more advanced equipment, as they should. They get more funding, right? So that's the reason why a local law enforcement might reach out to them. Even though sometimes they can be hesitant to do that because egos get in the way. They don't want to be perceived as needing to ask for help. And you would say, oh, that's silly. Yeah, it is silly, but it doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
And they're like, yeah, they'll get mad at them, and they'll call the police and say, hey, so-and-so did this. And then we get a lot of breaks that way.
With all the blood drops that we saw at the front of the house now with the tent up, would they go and test every blood drop? or do they just test?
That's a good question, but I'm going to answer Sale's question first. Sale, thank you very much. My dad lived less than a mile from in US. We still had a life alert for him, and I am nurse, not judging. Yeah, you would think they would have that, right? If you're on your own, big home, why not have a life alert or an operating security system more so than a Nest Cam that doesn't have a subscription? I totally agree, Sale. Thank you very much for that.
Some of it?
It would, I can't speak for the individual investigator. I would hope they would take samples from each one. If it was just a pool, you would probably take a couple samples from various locations. If there were a series of individual drops and they were separated, I would hope that they did each individually, because like you said, it could be yours, it could be mine, it could be someone else, it could be the dog's. So let's rule out, I don't care how much extra work it is, that's what we get paid for. That's what the officers and the investigators get paid for, to take the time and to do it right.
I really appreciate Bob for talking with me and taking the time. It's been great meeting a lot of the locals here in law enforcement and people who have retired. One other thing I wanted to show you guys, which one of the producers I work with in News Nation just got here and had some interesting perspective, because I've kind of gotten used to being here for like almost 2 weeks. And she was like, I can't believe how confusing it is in the neighborhood trying to drive around. It's so confusing. There's so many twists and turns, and I can't find my way in and out getting to Nancy's house. And I thought about it, and I'm like, it really is. So we took this video to kind of show you the drive up to Nancy's house.
And this is an interesting point he's about to make here. He's talking about how he still uses his GPS to not get lost and how dark it can be at nighttime. And he's basically saying it takes someone to have an intimate knowledge of the area to be able to pull this off. So what is Brian saying? Someone that's at least familiar with the area. What kinds of people are familiar with the area? Maybe someone involved in the family somehow. But that's not a fact. That's just a maybe.
And I was thinking, even after being here almost 2 weeks, every single night when I finish and I go back to my hotel, I have to put the address in the GPS just to figure out how to get out of Nancy's neighborhood, because it is so dark. And there's no street lights because they have this ordinance because of the people, stargazing here. And there's so many twists and turns, and I can never remember exactly which turn to go right at specifically. So I always put it in my GPS even after all this time. And I just wanted to give you guys a visual of kind of what it looks like out here. I've told you before, but the houses sit on anywhere from 1 to 4 acres. Everything's really spread out. It's dark. The roads are twist and turn. And it just makes me think back to whoever did this. I think you probably kind of had to know the area, especially in the middle of the night, navigating your way in and out of here. So those are the latest developments today. I really appreciate you guys again for following along. I'll let you know if anything else develops. And as always, my heart goes out to Nancy Guthrie's family, and I still hope that we'll have some kind of positive outcome here. So I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. So Brian also has a new short here that we're going to pop into.
Hey guys, so I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house. A little more information on what I was reporting earlier about the sheriff here in Pima County accused of not sharing critical information with the FBI. I just spoke to another source who was telling me that as recently as last night, so I'm making this video on Thursday, as recently as Wednesday night, they are telling me that the Pima County Sheriff's Office did not share critical information with the FBI, information related to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. This comes on top of our News Nation reporting that the sheriff's office did not share critical evidence with the FBI, specifically a glove that was found inside Nancy Guthrie's house. The FBI wanted to send the glove to Quantico to be tested, which is obviously like the best place in the world to test evidence. And instead, the sheriff sent the glove to a lab in Florida.
So why the heck would he do that? You find a glove in Nancy Guthrie's house and you send it to Florida instead of the FBI's lab in Quantico? Make it make sense.
And this is a vibe I've been hearing about on the ground here ever since I got here. From people in the know, I'll just leave it at that the FBI should have been called in earlier, and that there is a problem here with the relationship between the Pima County Sheriff and the FBI. And apparently, even as recently as last night, the Pima County Sheriff's Office was not keeping the FBI in the know. So that's the latest out here on everything going on. All right, I'll talk to you guys later. It's getting late, but I'll keep you guys posted. Hey guys, so I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house. A little more information on what I was reporting earlier about the sheriff here in Pima County accused of not sharing critical information with the FBI. I just spoke to another source who was telling me that as recently as last night, so I'm making this video on Thursday, as recently as Wednesday night, they are telling me that the Pima County Sheriff's Office did not share critical information with the FBI, information related to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. This comes on top of our News Nation reporting that the sheriff's office did not share critical evidence with the FBI, specifically a glove that was found inside Nancy Guthrie's house.
Insane. Insane. Sweet Caroline, thank you. Oh my God is right. There's no excuse for that. If you're Sheriff Nanos, there's no excuse for that. Like, what are you doing here? Why even do that just to be disagreeable? No excuse. Full of ego.
The FBI wanted to send the glove to Quantico to be tested, which is obviously like the best place in the world to test evidence. And instead, the sheriff sent the glove to a lab in Florida. Again, this is a vibe I've been hearing about on the ground here ever since I got here. From people in the know, I'll just leave it at that, that the FBI should have been called in earlier, and that there is a problem here with the relationship between the Pima County Sheriff and the FBI. And apparently, even as recently as last night, the Pima County Sheriff's Office was not keeping the FBI in the know. So that's the latest out here on everything going on. All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
So I still haven't been able to find the people saying that that person from the second video, the more recent video we showed today, that person's been cleared. I haven't heard anything that they actually found him, for one, let alone to say he's already cleared. So someone said it was Reuters. I was looking Reuters, YouTube, X. I didn't find anything. Someone said ABC News. I didn't see them say anything about it on X. So if someone can point me in the right direction for that, I'd be appreciative. Also, remember to like the video while you're here. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And I go live almost every night and talk about true crime, current events, and I use my experience with addiction, mental health, and narcissistic abuse, and I apply it to those areas. So you get a unique perspective that way. Also, great flock of black sheep here too. Yeah, someone said that, the Reuters. I just haven't been able to find it. I have not been able to find it. It's just on News Nation, so let's see what News Nation says then. So, not this. Migrant girl, Iran deal. Nancy Guthrie case, can AI help unmask? Which one? So this is the most recent one.
Let's go to Brian Enton and get the latest information on new appeals from the authorities and some new stink, which I'll ask you to address first, that the locals aren't playing well with the feds, and that's what has been making this such a constipated process. What do we know?
Yeah, I've been hearing that narrative for days, Chris, from investigators here on the ground. Even today,
Yep. So we'll watch this next then. Tim, thank you very much for the super chat. Tom Winter on X of NBC, said Jared. All right, thank you very much, Tim. I'm going to look that up right now. And thank you again for the super chat.
I am told that investigators who are working the case, who are actively working the case, have no idea who is in charge. They don't know if the sheriff is in charge or whether the FBI is in charge. And now this Reuters report just came out.
And again, he might be saying it here too, but it just doesn't speak to an organized team if they have no idea who's in charge. That doesn't seem like they're organized and they're under good leadership there. Not a good sign. I'd be pissed. I'd be pissed if I'm Nancy Guthrie's family. I'm pissed about that.
And they are claiming that the local sheriff is withholding key evidence from the FBI, and that there was a glove that was.
And so before he says this, Tom Winter says, NBC News, the man seen in the video below has been cleared of being involved in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie by investigators, according to two officials who have been briefed on the matter, reported with Mike Cosner. And so they shared a TMZ video. So what does this tell you? It tells you that this person they were able to find instantly, and then they were instantly able to clear him. What else does that tell you? It also tells you that they've got nobody in terms of who this could even be about. They've got nobody. They have no idea, I think, who the person is at the door. Now, there's another video News Nation has about, okay, can they use AI to help them? Well, we'll watch that video too. But I think they're kind of spinning their wheels at this point. I don't think they have anyone. And the only exception to that would be if the son-in-law is a suspect. That would be the exception. I haven't heard anything about him. So we'll see. We'll see if Ashley Banfield's source is correct about that.
Found inside Nancy Guthrie's home that the FBI asked to test themselves. They wanted to send the glove to Quantico, and Reuters is reporting that instead the sheriff went behind their back and sent the glove to a private lab in Florida. So that is brand new. And again, the sense on the ground is that there has been issues between the sheriff and the FBI. Didn't call the FBI in earlier. This has been an ongoing issue. I want to give you the description again, though, because this is important and this is new. The description of the suspect, the Nancy Guthrie suspect, approximately 5'9" to 5'10" tall with an average build. He's wearing a black 25-liter Ozark Trail Hiker backpack. And the hope is that someone will recognize some of this information. Reward now up to $100,000. What's interesting also, Chris, is they have sent out a neighborhood alert through an app the sheriff's office did, a 2-mile radius all around where I'm standing right now outside Nancy's home, asking anyone with video going all the way back to January 1st, so long before Nancy went missing. They're asking for anyone with any video of anyone who looks suspicious, a suspicious vehicle, to send it into the sheriff's office. And that other video that you showed at the top, from the same night Nancy went missing, about 5 miles away, the video of the other guy with the backpack.
Sweet Caroline, I'm sorry I missed this super chat. I'm pissed with the family and the sheriff, Caroline says. Totally, especially the sheriff for not sharing and collaborating. It's just out of control. But thank you, Sweet Caroline.
I've been skeptical of that video all along because it's around the same time that Nancy went missing. And it just, the fact that he could be there and then 5 miles away suddenly be here didn't make sense. NBC News now reporting, according to law enforcement sources they have, that video, that they've cleared that guy, that he's not a part of the equation anymore, Chris.
They got two things, and I appreciate that. Thank you for bringing us up to date on all of it. Two, one is they know what kind of backpack it is. And there are a million different types of backpacks. This one's fairly specific, so you know what they're doing. They're scrubbing sales of that backpack.
And so you know what that finding does? It spares you all from having to watch Megyn Kelly, because we were going to watch her because Maureen was on. But now that they're cleared and that's what they went over, there's really no need to.
In that area and cross-referencing it in terms of when they were purchased. That's actually a more important piece of information than, the layman would think. The second thing is his gait. The video when he is walking around and picking up that piece of brush, you get telltale signs of how this man moves, which people should review again. And see if there's anybody they meet. Not this part, but when he turns around now, I'm showing the video for them that you've seen a million times. When he turns around from there, right, he's awkwardly using his hand to block the camera. He doesn't know what he's doing. This guy's an ass clown, right? But when he walks away, he has, there's a familiarity to his gait that people should be aware of and watch. Brian, you're on it. Your reporting has been excellent. I'm following you on TikTok like I was a teenager. You're doing a great job, and you're giving people what they need to know, and you're keeping them engaged. Thank you for doing that, and thank you for doing it for the right reasons.
Following him on TikTok, not YouTube. Come on, Chris Cuomo.
I now want to bring in Andrew Black. former special agent in charge, right? What they call a SAC in the FBI, a big shot at the Tucson office, and retired FBI special agent Jennifer Coffindaffer, and co-host of America's Most Wanted, Callahan Walsh. Cal, it's good to see you, bud. Thank you for coming in tonight. Appreciate it. Andrew, it's good to have you on the show. Jennifer, as always, I appreciate you. Anybody feel that I'm out of my depth when I say it is way too soon? Yeah, maybe the sheriff is messing with the FBI and they're having a power struggle. Fine. That's nothing new to any of us. But the idea that you look at this investigation and say, yeah, they screwed it up. Does anybody believe we're at that point?
No, I don't believe that at all. The sheriffs, I've worked with the deputies in the Pima County Sheriff's Office. At the ground level, the agents and those officers have an excellent relationship.
Oh, thank you so much for this, Sweet Caroline. Sweet Caroline really is the best. I gotta do my best to show my gratitude for you. But thank you very much, Sweet Caroline. I don't know what to say. You leave me speechless, but I really appreciate all of your support. And Sale, thank you for all your support as well. Ego has no place when it involves someone's life. 100% true. And that's something a lot of these law enforcement and judges should not forget. Absolutely. So thank you both.
If there's any disconnect, it's at the command level. The agents and the personnel for the FBI who work these cases and those from the Pima County Sheriffs, they're invested in these cases. Jen knows because she's worked these kidnappings also. You get invested. You pour your blood, your sweat into these cases, and you want more than anyone to get the victim home to their family. Nobody wants them back. Nobody wants Nancy back more than these officers on the ground.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone.
Now, no person has been able to find Nancy Guthrie, obviously, yet, but what if artificial intelligence can help, or at least provide a vital tool in identifying who took her? Our next guest says AI can be used to cross-reference the few features we can see in that footage from the masked individual and compare it to existing digital footprints. And AI does it at a faster rate than any human possibly could. Joining us now is Teresa Payton, a cybersecurity expert and former White House Chief Information Officer. Teresa, let's start with what we can see clearest on this door cam video, and that is this person's eyes. What can AI do to help identify him?
Yeah, and let's also remember AI isn't magic, and definitely it needs to be used in the hands of a trained investigator. But the eyes don't lie. So even behind a ski mask, you could use AI to enhance the images to then start to measure how far apart are the eyes, how big are the eyes, where do we think the bridge of the nose is based on how the ski mask is laying on the face, what do we think the nose might look like underneath the mask? And then taking that eye print, if you will, the distinctive eyebrows, the distinctive eyelashes, the eyes, we can digitally enhance, digitally look at it, and then start to match those pictures to all of the people that have been interviewed, to the different surveillance footage, tips, and photos that are being sent into the investigation. And what's nice about this is you could start to create AI agents who are looking at this enhanced imagery and comparing it at a speed and scale.
If you want, we can pop into the interview room's live chat. There's 4 dudes talking. So they're live, and we can kind of tune in live while they're live.
And then just saying there's a probability of a match and giving it to a trained investigator who then uses their long forensic skills, investigative skills, to confirm whether or not it's worth pursuing that lead.
Can AI run that through a data bank, like of driver's license photos? Is that a possible ability?
I don't know if law enforcement has set up something like that. And I don't know, from a privacy perspective, if that's going to be what they would do in something like an investigation like this. But they certainly can use it, recent arrest records that are local of, potentially people who are out on parole. There's different things that they can use this for.
Thank you very much, Brian Rambles. Sad all the way around. You got that right. You got that right. Disappointing that we're almost 2 weeks out and it seems like they're not any steps closer to solving this thing. But thank you, Brian.
again, taking people of interest and just seeing if there's a matchup, bringing people in for questioning. So obviously, law enforcement will be following all the laws, both privacy, security, and things that are legally available to them to be able to do. I don't know if in this case they would have a legal grounds to be able to use it to search, like the Arizona driver's license database. That's something for their state lawyers
Right.
to work through.
Right. There are also legal issues with that. But what about when you talk about AI being able to detect how the nose bridge is and the distance the eyes are to each other? Could that help in perhaps coming up with a composite sketch?
Absolutely. And so what I expect to see here is you will probably have trained law enforcement artists that do composite sketches. They will do them. And then you may also see AI enhanced sketches created as well. It would serve law enforcement well if they do both, just knowing that AI can hallucinate, it can make up things. It would be good to say this was created by a law enforcement sketch artist versus
Right.
this is enhanced by AI, just so the public knows what they're looking at and doesn't jump to conclusions and ID the wrong person.
Yeah, that it has to look this specific way. Yeah, the dawn of AI with its promise and its peril. But in this case, it might help in this hunt for whoever this masked person is. Teresa Payton, fascinating talking to you. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it said it's potentially can help, but we don't know. So what would you like me to watch next? I'll leave it up to you guys. There's an Ashley Banfield video. There's a Dr. Grande video. Jumpsuit Pablo has a video from yesterday, I believe. So what would you like us to watch? So press 1 if you want me to watch Ashley Banfield. Press 2 if you want me to check out Dr. Grande. Press 3 if you want me to watch Jumpsuit Pablo. Or 4, the interview room and their live stream. Breakdown? Go ahead and give it to me. Can we study just the video of the creeper? I mean, we did that yesterday, but there's really not much to look at, honestly. There's a couple different things of him walking. He's hunched over. Some people are analyzing his gait or her gait, but I tend to think it's a him. So it looks like some interview room. Interview room has some than Ashley Banfield. Elizabeth. Oh no, I missed it. Ugh. Tigress, thank you very much for this, Tigress. I started taking Sam E every morning, but it is really hard to get to sleep at night. Any suggestions? It helps my depression. I do love Sam E, Tigress. What is your dosage and what brand are you taking it from? Because there's 200 and 400 milligram. Do you take it twice a day or once a day? And I would say if you're taking 400, I would say maybe try 200. And hopefully you're taking it with B12, B6, and folate because that's what's needed for it to work properly. But thank you very much for that.
The one thing the authorities, car. Do you have a car? The guy that they pulled over up in, just outside of Tucson, he had a car. And so we don't know what kind of digital footprint they now have that, Home Fries could have come into the neighborhood delivering DoorDash.
So Sam E is a natural antidepressant. It helps with joints and mood. And it's a glutathione precursor is basically what it does. It stimulates that.
And his phone is pinging. And next thing you know, the cast team is there and said, whoa, look at this. We got A, B, C, and D. And they have flock cameras come.
So melatonin does help sleep, but here's the thing about it. It's technically a hormone. So it can mess with your hormones. Occasionally what I'll do is I have 3 milligram melatonins and I'll split them into 4 and take a small dose, but you can get it as small as 1 milligram. I'll take it occasionally if I'm trying to get to bed earlier, but it's not something I'd want to have to rely on every night. But that's just me. And if you didn't know, I have a lot of supplement knowledge if you guys have questions about that.
Coming into the city, around the city, leaving the city, and they've got his license plate. And they do a surveillance on him. Hey, this guy could be in play. And so that could be a possibility. And then the other possibility that Bob pointed out,
the pronunciation police got me. Glutathione, not theone.
other night, it could be just a friend who doesn't like the guy and says, you know what, we're going to swat him. Hey, the lady's in that house over there. Who's? And they give a name. And next thing you know it.
Oh, excuse me, glutathione, they say. So in case there's other pronunciation police out there.
He shows up. Okay. So these things are still in play, but I think the car now is critical. What say you?
Yeah, definitely the car is critical. My understanding is they focused on a white van or a white truck that they're particularly interested in, that had been seen in the neighborhood. Beyond that, though, I'm not exactly sure what they're looking for, other than I think they're trying to generate some interest from the neighborhood again and from that area. But beyond the white van and the white truck,
Supplement advice is not medical advice. These are legal supplements. You don't need to be a doctor to offer suggestions about supplements.
I'm really not sure, what they're looking for, because we don't have any, as far as I know, we don't have any other reports. Now, they may have and are not telling us, but there are no other reports that I'm aware of other suspicious vehicles.
Mike?
Yeah, I think the vehicle is huge. I think they got the daughter's vehicle and they kept that, right? And part of that was, where's the DNA? Where are you finding DNA? Is it in the front seat, the back?
So Tigress, though, did you say what dose you're taking? 200 milligrams or 400 milligrams? And I would also say that not all brands are created equally. So Nature's Made Sammy is the strongest. Swanson Sammy, which you buy online, much weaker.
Back seat, the hatchback, I think it's some sort of SUV, like a 4Runner or something. So, and like we talked about one of the panels, what if you find cleaning solutions? Is it sprayed down with some sort of bleach or cleaning solutions and everything's been wiped clean? And then it goes into, well, why did you do that? So when they take a vehicle, they're processing it for several reasons. And then those results, we're not privy to what the results are.
Yeah.
So
Bingo. We're back at the house.
yeah.
They've taken the victim's car, they've impounded it, and they probably got it tucked away indoors somewhere. And they've taken the daughter's car, and that's tucked away somewhere. All right. So let's go real time, real life. Have you ever impounded a kidnapped victim's daughter's car?
Only if it had the word suspect next to it.
That's a good question there. Have you ever impacted the victim's daughter's car? And the guy says only if the word suspect is attached to it. Very good question here.
Bob?
Yeah, same. You know the answer to that.
Okay.
Yeah,
but
of course not.
Right. We want to follow the bouncing ball here. Okay.
Right.
And now you get reports of, hey, there was a suspicious white van in the building or in the neighborhood. You say to the FBI and you say to everybody else, hey, we got to take this off the table. We need to canvass that neighborhood like 10 times to see if anybody has any camera footage. Okay. And we're looking for the one we have impounded. We're looking for a white What did you say, Bob? White truck?
Oh, a white. Well, I heard it was a white van initially, and tonight I heard it was a white truck. So I don't know.
We're
which
looking for a white
is
van
accurate.
and a white truck. Okay. We got 3 vehicles.
So I take 2,500 micrograms. So what I do is I split a 5,000 in half and take 2,500. I take folate because it's better to take than folic acid. So folate, and I just take that from Vitamin Shop. And B6, you don't need very much B6. A lot of B6 supplements give you too much. Now, P5P is the active form of B6. It's actually a better form, but I do take that occasionally. The reason I don't take it every day is it gives me anxiety if I take it every day. But occasionally I'll take it because it lowers prolactin. So that's what I would say to that.
You see any of these vehicles coming in, grab it. Okay. And then they impound that video. And there's a program called Brief Cam. And it's a piece of software that you can put all of that video into. And in 2 seconds, it starts delivering patterns on where that car was. And then you do a comparative analysis to the flock cameras.
Yeah, Tigress. So I take lithium orotate, which is not lithium carbonate. Lithium carbonate is the prescription lithium. Lithium orotate is a supplement lithium, which is much more mild. So if you take prescription lithium carbonate, you need liver tests to test your liver levels. But I just take the supplement version. Also, if you're still here, please remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. 2 hours ago.
Hey guys, so there's now a description of the suspect. The FBI just released it. I want to read it to you. Described as a male, approximately 5'9" to 5'10" tall, with an average build, and that he's wearing a black.
So he's behind because this has already been debunked.
Listen, we have a second brand new surveillance tape, which strongly resembles a new suspect who keeps showing up back at the scene of the crime to talk to media. A new bribe email to TMZ claiming they fear for their life, and so that's why they need the money.
Yeah, so the video he just played at the beginning of this, it's already been proven to be nothing. They found that guy and they cleared him. But this video by Jumpsuit Pablo is only 2 hours old, and it's already obsolete. But let's see what else he says in the video.
In exchange for information leading to the kidnapper. Internal fighting between the local...
Got a super chat. Thank you very much, Peach. What are your thoughts on the fact ring cams are crime deterrents that send alerts / pics when motion is detected? Why is this guy not concerned about this? Which guy? So the camera at Nancy Guthrie's house is a Nest cam that didn't have a subscription, but they had to actually go to the back end of things to get it done. So which person are you referring to with the ring cam? The person in that second video? If so, the second video has been debunked already. That person's cleared.
Sheriff's Office and the FBI, and recorded proof that parents who have kids that Tommaso Cioni, the son-in-law, teaches. These parents, they all stand 100% behind him and support him. All of this and more, as I will be your one-stop shop for the night for all things updates on the Nancy Guthrie case. Let's get started. So let's start with this. And I know this may be old news to a lot of people who have more time in the day to keep up with this, but we got to get this out of the way first.
So again, I think they got nothing. Although the interview room did just say that they would not impound a car unless there was a suspect tied to it. Likely. I mean, that confirms, that would speak to Ashley Banfield's source being correct. And as far as I know, I mean, Ashley Banfield hasn't been wrong. I don't think she would be so brazen about it if it wasn't true. So, or at least something her source said was true, right? I haven't heard her say much about it though recently. So I'm not sure what her thoughts about it are now.
It's pretty much all but been confirmed by everyone, mainstream media, legacy reporters, esteemed reporters, high-level YouTubers, TMZ, everyone, even members of law enforcement. It now seems to be the case that all of these ransom notes, all of them, every single one, even the ones that were initially being taken serious, we had a few that were not, and one of them even led to an arrest of some guy who played in a band, considering Tommaso Cioni also was very into the heavy metal scene, just as this guy who was arrested was. But, whatever. He was arrested for this fake ransom note. And now.
So I wouldn't take Sam E with an SSRI, but I take Sam E with 5-HTP. So if you took Sam E with an SSRI or an SNRI, that would not be suggested. But, and again, I'm not going to tell anyone to stop taking prescription medication. I mean, that's up to you and your doctor. You and your psychiatrist can determine that. But no, I wouldn't add on Sam E if you're already taking an SSRI or an SNRI or even the norepinephrine dopamine, such as Wellbutrin. I wouldn't take both of those together either.
One of the newest things just this morning on Thursday, February 12th.
We got a super chat here. Thank you very much. 2 names. If you notice, though, the bag looks similar to the other. It does look similar, but apparently, according to Reuters and Tom Winters from NBC, they said that guy was found and it's cleared. So that's why I said the beginning of this video is already obsolete. Well, people, for some reason, someone mentioned supplementation. I think Tigress did, which is fine because I do know a lot about it. And she was talking about a SAM E dosage. I take vitamin D, vitamin D3.
TMZ received an email saying, hey, I have information that I know the name of the kidnapper. It will lead you directly to them, but I need 1 Bitcoin in exchange for this information, which is it's fluctuating, but it's between $50,000 and $60,000. And so the big thing there is, well, there's already a official reward offered.
And that's exactly right, Tigress. That's why I started taking lithium orotate. Because for a long time back in the day, I thought I was bipolar 2. Which, yeah, you shouldn't be taking SAM E if you're bipolar 2. But the reason I took it was because I had this anxiety, and it would help. It would like put pieces of my brain together that were not put together. I think now what it was is, since I'm on the spectrum, glutathione is weak or low in people that are on the spectrum. So things like NAC and SAM-E, they increase those levels. And if I'm on the spectrum, that would make perfect sense to me why SAM-E and NAC has helped. But the bottom line is, if SAM-E has been too stimulating for you, yes, lithium orotate would be a great thing to try.
By law enforcement, the FBI, for any tips leading to the direct arrest of this kidnapper or murderer, whatever this person is.
Oh, sorry, jumpsuit. Thank you, sweet Caroline. If they knew anything, wouldn't every media outlet be reporting the same facts? There are so many different stories. Yes, this is a very good point. I don't think they have much right now. I think, like I said the other day, if Tommaso is not a suspect or Annie, I think they have nothing. That's my suspicion. But what do you think, chat? Do you think Annie and Tommaso are a suspect? Just Tommaso? So yeah, so type 1 if you think Tommaso really is a suspect. Type 2 if you think it's Tommaso and Annie. Or type 3, no, they really have none, like the sheriff was saying.
For around pretty much the same amount, for $50,000. I mean, there's no difference. This person sent an email to TMZ this morning and says, yeah, well, I need the Bitcoin for this information and you better do it quick. And the reason I'm doing it for money, it's not because I'm a bad guy. It's just because I need that money to help me lay low and avoid retaliation from, we don't know who would retaliate if this person was to take action and reveal the name and the information that leads to the arrest of the perpetrator. We don't know who they're talking about. They don't specify. It does imply that maybe the person who did this is.
So it looks like we got the majority of people think it's Tommaso and Annie, or 3, none of them. So that's what it looks like here. But I think 2 wins, 2. So Annie and Tommaso. Very interesting.
Part of a bigger organization who has people who would still be able to come retaliate in some scary, violent way. And so I need the money to relocate and hide. Doesn't make sense, doesn't add up. And, you know, that's just not my opinion. It doesn't make sense. I mean, a Bitcoin is worth the same amount of.
Very good question, B. So Tommaso is Annie's husband. Who's Annie? Annie is Nancy Guthrie's daughter. So Nancy Guthrie has 3 children. Cameron is the brother. Savannah Guthrie, Annie Guthrie. Annie Guthrie is married to Tommaso. So they're calling him the son-in-law, which is Savannah Guthrie's brother-in-law. And Ashley Banfield said Tommaso is a suspect. Now, she didn't say Annie was, but she said Tommaso was. And she said that her source in law enforcement said Tommaso is a suspect. And the fact that Annie's car was impounded does kind of speak to that. But again, don't forget, just because someone's a suspect doesn't mean they did it, right? So there's been no arrests. I feel like if it was him, I feel like there would have been an arrest by now, don't you?
Reward money for tips leading to the arrest. And if you go to law enforcement to give this tip and you collect your $50,000, you'll get your money. And I'm pretty sure, buddy, law enforcement is gonna, you know, put their arm around you and take care of you and make sure, you know.
Yeah, so the person at the Nest Cam there, that is a suspect. The question is, who is it? It's also possible that Tommaso and Annie hired somebody. That's also possible, right? Or is that Tommaso under there? We don't know. I mean, there are some people saying it's a woman. I don't necessarily think it's a woman, but the people just don't know. They might try to pull out some AI to see if that's what it is, see if they can figure it out.
Nobody does anything to you. Now, let me just run through a quick few. There is a new video. This is video footage. It's really, really, by all accounts, piquing the interest of the FBI. We all saw the Nest doorbell footage, you know, a day or so ago. That's the first footage we've seen. He's masked up. He's got the gun. He's got the gloves. You know, he's putting flowers in front of the camera. We have more footage, and this was, I believe, 19 minutes before the second footage was captured. And if you...
So the motive, I really don't even know. I would have thought money or some sort of envy of Savannah, but... And then some people are saying it's political because Savannah Guthrie's husband was involved with the Clintons and was a fixer for the Democrats. Some people were saying that, but I don't know. I just don't know.
Think about the location of where this new footage was taken, which was earlier. I believe 1:53 a.m. at 2:15, 2:13, around that a.m. That is when the footage taken on Nancy Guthrie's porch with the Nest doorbell camera was taken. So that, according to TMZ, Harvey Levin, he's kind of timelined this whole thing out. That is 19 minutes it gives from that person on this camera that has just been released today to get to Nancy's house, which is approximately 15 or less minutes away. That gives you time to get there, put your mask on, put your gloves on, and get up on that porch. So that is very interesting. We do not have confirmation that this is the same person, but it is very odd and suspicious because we hear from neighbors. We're hearing a lot from neighbors and just community members that, you know, this is a town that this type of thing doesn't happen. This is not prevalent. This is not a common occurrence. And so I don't see how these two things, where there are two people with gloves, jackets, pants, shoes, masks, backpacks, 19 minutes apart on the night that Nancy Guthrie, whatever happened to her, at minimum taken out of her home, occurred. I don't see how that could be unrelated. And so that's really piquing their interest, but we have not heard any feedback or any results from.
So B, Savannah Guthrie is wealthy because Savannah Guthrie has a show on NBC, the morning show, or it's called The Morning Show Today, or whatever the heck it's called. And she's worth 40 million or 50 million bucks.
From that footage because it's very new. Now, and I will credit Brian Hinton, very good journalist. He says he has a source very close to law enforcement, local law enforcement. He says his source says investigators are asking for video footage from all the neighbors of Nancy Guthrie, anyone actually within a 2-mile radius that they think seems unusual. Cars, people, anything. As far back as January 1st, that's over a month's worth of footage review that they are asking people to do. And I hope these people do, and I think they will. I've heard some interviews.
So her show is called The Today Show. The way they always say it in a sentence, it confuses me because they call it like, oh, the morning show, NBC's Morning Today Show. I was like, whatever. So it's Today Show.
Reviews from local citizens, and they seem very prideful about the success and representation of Savannah Guthrie and just the levels she's risen to. She grew up in that town. She grew up in Tucson. She grew up around that area, and she's obviously on a national level and doing very well for herself. And you know, that little small community around there, it seems to be very proud. Now, Brian Hinton, speaking of him, also says he has a source, which I totally believe. Brian, me and him don't necessarily get along, but I cannot deny what a good journalist he is, and he is very skilled at what he does.
So that's some drama there. Why does Jumpsuit Pablo not get along with Brian Hinton? What do you think that's all about? Chat, got any ideas?
And very thorough, and I have the utmost respect for his work ethic and all the information that he reports. And so I trust him no matter what. And he says his source says investigators working this case, they don't even know who's in charge. These are investigators on behalf of law enforcement who are out there combing the areas and doing all the firsthand work. They don't even know who's in charge, the sheriff's office or the FBI. They don't even know. There's like a struggle there. I even heard from some other reporters and experts that in the initial days of the FBI getting involved, that it was kind of, yeah, the FBI got involved for the first few days, but they weren't being cooperative. It was not a collaborative.
I don't know the answer. I mean, Jumpsuit just said he doesn't necessarily get along with Brian. I don't know why. I can replay it if you want. Caroline, thank you very much, sweet Caroline. And she didn't have a subscription for her mother. Okay, I'll drop it now. Yeah, she didn't. They didn't have a subscription to her Nest Cam. That's why it took a little longer, more than likely, to get that footage. Because without the subscription, it just looped. But thank you, sweet Caroline.
Effort. And so they want to be the guys to do it, and they want to be the guys to take over, and they don't really share their findings or information or intel with each other. And it only makes it harder. And, you know, each division wants the prestige. And apparently that was the relationship, allegedly, in the first few days. But now that we're here, I mean, we all know where we're at. I mean, it's been days and days, update and update, info and info, all this stuff coming out, and we don't have anything. There's nothing. We don't have anything. We're not even close, it seems, as far as we know, at least. And so I think there's this desperation coming into where it's like, all right, let's put it to the side, and like, we really got to work together. And so it seems that is where each agency is at now, and now they're working more in tango. I mentioned in my last video, you know, what's the significance of this video footage coming out? The first footage where he's at the Ring doorbell, he's on the porch. A lot. They're going to be able to look at this footage. They're going to be able to tell his approximate height, general weight, his shoe size, probably his shoe make and model, they have already found the exact backpack, which is apparently only sold at Walmart, which is huge. I mean, just that alone, that is huge. Finding that he has a backpack that is only sold at Walmart, that's going to be major, I genuinely believe. And I think we all know by now they also found some gloves in the yard.
So, by the way, chat, tomorrow or the next day, do you want to see me go over some Epstein stuff? So maybe CoffeeZilla's video and some other people's videos. Even Dr. Anna, I saw, had one. If you want, we can go over that. If you want to change it up at a point, unless there's huge news in this case.
I think that's a little sketchy because I know it's believable because law enforcement, we can all agree, local law enforcement has been a bit incompetent. And so, yeah, it's been 12 days and we finally found a glove. Who knows if that's the glove or not, just a coincidence. But this is segueing into my next topic.
Sarah, no, I was not talking about you. You missed, I was doing a lyrics off. People talking without listening is a lyric to the Sound of Silence, Simon and Garfunkel. Though I prefer this disturbed version, but people talking without listening. Or what do they call it? People talking without speaking, people hearing without listening. I think that's how it goes. So no, not to you, Sarah.
Here, they found the glove, and here you have a neighbor who lives in the vicinity of Nancy Guthrie's home. And he just can't stay away from this scene.
Yes, I have heard that, Christy, and I think that's likely true. I think because he was very close with Ehud Barak. He was a former prime minister of Israel. He'd go over Epstein's apartment. So Epstein's a Jewish supremacist, by the way. A lot of people don't know that about him, but he is. So Benjamin Netanyahu is trying to distance himself from Epstein, understandably, but that's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one for him if you actually read the Epstein files. But a lot of it is really just about power dynamics, trying to get America to bomb who Israel would want us to bomb. A lot of that going on. Not the only country, right? So he was involved in some Russian oligarchs too. But it's very telling who people talk about his associations with and who they don't talk about. Sometimes what people don't say is very telling.
He just can't stop coming around all these cameras, and anybody who asks him a question, he is just wide open and willing to talking. The night the footage first came out, the first original footage, I said, he doesn't seem sure of himself. He seems very insecure, and he doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know the layout of the land. He doesn't seem to have planned for this, and he's kind of fumbling and bumbling around and just, what can I do to cover the very amateur. And then I wake up the next.
Now, that's one thing I really don't like. So when someone says, when I said what is just true, that, oh, little anti-Semite there. Like, no, like you can criticize Israel for one, and you can tell the truth without being anti-Semitic. But the fact that so many people have been saying that, oh, you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic. If you're not a Zionist, you're anti-Semitic. You know what that does? It pushes people right into Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, and Nick Fuentes' arms. So continue to do that at your peril.
Morning, and every national news media expert anchor person is kind of repeating this, which, I'm sure they never even saw my video. I think over time, I think that's just the natural conclusion to draw from the footage. Point is, almost everyone's in agreement that while, yes, it is insane that there seems to be no super strong lead, no identifiable suspect, number one suspect, and not an arrest, no recovery of a living or non-living victim after 12 days. That is crazy. There's something to be said about that. But I think everyone agrees across the panel, the person on this porch in this video didn't seem to really be an expert at the craft of kidnapping. And then you have this guy who he's a neighbor, he's in the vicinity of Nancy Guthrie's house, and he can't stay away from this media circus around Nancy's house, and he keeps showing up. Yeah, I'm a local. Yeah, I'm around here. Yeah, here's my 2 cents. And he's just going on and whoever did this, they just did such a good job. I mean, they clearly know what they're doing. I think they pulled it off. I mean, I hate what happened, but oh man, they just flawlessly executed this kidnapping. And it's like, yeah, buddy, you're the only one saying that. Is that you see what I'm saying? And then you look at some of the pictures and the video comparisons. There's even a video I downloaded here where there's a slit in a mustache that you can see from the porch, masked Nancy Guthrie kidnapper footage, doorbell footage. And then you look at this guy and this is the guy over here saying, I don't know. I think he did a good job. I think this guy knows what he's doing. Yeah.
I don't think a neighbor's been identified, but don't quote me on that. I don't think, like, I haven't heard much talk about any neighbors. I mean, Brian Etten hasn't really mentioned any neighbors by name. He's mentioned that the FBI has gone to their houses and asked them to see their ring or nest footage or to search their yards for things. But in terms of specific people, I don't know about that. And the other person was that woman that Brian Etten saw in the car. So Brian Etten was recording, and that woman in the car said, oh yeah, it looked like there was people casing the area. We don't know what happened with that. That was the last we heard. And that was what, chat, like a week ago?
I honestly, I think he did great. I don't know why everybody's saying he was stupid. I mean, not that I care, but I think he did. Yeah, buddy, you looking. So there's that, which still, that's all just an opinion and a theory. That's not a fact. I'm just bringing you the update.
So Jumpsuit's theory is that it might have been a neighbor. That would explain how the person understands the area. Okay, not impossible. Not impossible. So what Jumpsuit would be good at, right? He has a little bit of the criminal's mind, right? He knows how many criminals would think, including himself when he was a criminal, right? And this is not to judge him. It's actually to say, no, would be a good person to listen to when it comes to how criminals think. But that's also why you can come to me. Yours truly is also a felon, by the way. So I understand.
Of what's buzzing around the internet. And boy, as I'm sure you know, there's a lot buzzing around the internet. Lastly, but this is one of the earlier updates.
And I should say former, because my record has been expunged. Thank you very much. But back in the day, I was a troublemaker.
Of the morning of today, again, February 12th, Thursday, there was a white tent that was put up around the porch area, more so exactly where the blood splatter was really visible and prominent. That was put up, which is also, that's going to be in the vicinity of the doorbell camera. Okay. And so that was put up, and per Brian Etten, which again, totally trust his experts and sources. He says he saw they took several video equipment in there, but also some instruments that are used to gauge like height. And that's what I was saying. Like, just from the doorbell footage, they're going to be able to measure the structures and the pillars, the bricks, these parts of the house, and then compare that just even in a video to the man who is there on the porch, and they're going to be able to figure out almost an exact height, very likely weight, shoe size, like all those things. And so they did that briefly, and then they took the white tent down and they left. And so I think they were just gathering that kind of information, which is not surprising. But other than that, these are your updates. And
well, it's over, Maureen. It's 30 seconds.
There's really nothing beyond that today. I don't think we're dealing with a ransom case. I don't think we're dealing with a hostage case. Eventually that burden gets too much. The babysitting, the resources, the hiding, the paranoia, clearly there's no significant dealings going on where money is exchanging hands even a little bit. I don't think Nancy is with us any longer. And I hate to say that. Until then, obviously, I will keep you updated. See you next time.
Hey, guys. So the word of the day, B, is reformed. Jumpsuit and myself reformed. Word of the day. Yesterday, the word of the day was I don't remember what. But today, the word of the day is reformed. Maybe someone in the chat can remind me what was my word of the day yesterday. I had one. But I don't remember what it is now. So TMZ or Ashley Banfield? or Tony Bruschi.
Hey everyone, I'm Ashley Banfield. Hey everyone, I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious, and I'm back in the studio, and I have a terrible cold, so I am sorry in advance. I am actually like blowing my nose and dabbing my eyes. Even my eyes are watering from this cold. So I'm going to get through it, but I do have a ton to get to in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. I'm recording this episode on February the 11th, which is also day 11 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. And if you thought that this search for the mom of Savannah Guthrie, the Today Show host, couldn't get any more intense, the last 24 hours just kind of threw us all on our heels and then rocked us back again.
So what I see TMZ's videos are titled, let's see, Law and Crime Network might have something new too, by the way. Actually, or do you want to watch this? 5 Nancy Guthrie suspect conspiracy theories. Do you want to watch that or Ashley Banfield? Oh, yes. And how are we doing on the likes? Like the video if you're here. So Law and Crime says 5 Nancy Guthrie suspect conspiracy theories. You want to see that? I think that sounds interesting to me. Because this Ashley video is from yesterday or early in the morning today or something.
What happened to Nancy Guthrie? It's the question that still hasn't been answered now 12 days after she vanished. The FBI says they're tracking persons of interest, but the identity of the masked person caught on Nancy's doorstep remains a mystery. And now with these chilling images revealed.
Law and Crime Network, I'm a big fan of. Chris Stewart, I really like him. And A+ on the title of this video, right? Got me clicking.
The question is bigger than ever. Who took the 84-year-old? We are digging into it all. We're on The Case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Hey guys, real quick, I want to talk about this brand that I just started hearing about, and it's something important to me because I've always had an issue with Wall Street, and everyone is just trying to figure out what happened to the mom of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. And there are so many theories that are out there, so much speculation. Frankly, it can be exhausting looking at all the speculation. Now, we investigated 5 theories that may end up being the direction that law enforcement takes in investigating this case. Now, before we dive into these theories, I do want to break down some of the latest information that we know at this point. One of them, gloves. A pair of gloves reportedly found on the side of a road near Nancy Guthrie's home.
Wait a minute. We have breaking news in the chat. Coolio has passed away. Is that true?
And according to local media, and as well as the New York Post, those gloves are now being tested for DNA to see if they are somewhat connected to Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. Now, many people are also pointing to the videos of the masked and armed individual who was seen on Guthrie's doorstep the morning that she vanished on February 1st. And there are so many questions about who this person is and whether they know the Guthries and if they physically took Nancy, or was the person that we see here just a potential partner in crime who tampered with the cameras. So let's dive in.
So I'm an idiot. Coolio died September 28th, 2022. But that's what I get for reading certain chats.
Into some of the theories that have been suggested as this story has developed. And just to be clear, these are all just possibilities and theories. The sheriff and the FBI, they have remained very quiet about any potential leads or suspects in the case. So the first theory we're talking about today is a classic, frankly, for anyone who watches Law and Crime or takes in true crime content. And it's the first step of any kind of investigation. Police look at the people closest to the crime, that whoever took Nancy Guthrie was a member of the Guthrie family. Now, in the hours before Nancy vanished, she was at her daughter Annie's house in Tucson for dinner. What we know is that Nancy Ubered to Annie's house, which is just about 10 minutes away from her home, around 5:30. It was a nice family night. They had dinner. They played games.
So that's something people were asking about, right? Ubering over to Annie's house. Wouldn't you think you'd pick him up? And what are the reasons why they wouldn't pick him up? Were they drinking or something like that? But again, that doesn't make sense though, because Annie or Tommaso dropped her off. So they were okay to drive then, but why not before? I don't know.
And then a family member drives her back to her own home at 9:45-ish. Now, the sheriff won't say specifically what family member drove Nancy home. Nancy's daughter's house, that's been the focus of a lot of law enforcement activity. We see law enforcement going back to Annie's home almost on a daily basis. And we have seen them talk to neighbors of Annie, asking if there is any sort of doorbell camera, surveillance camera that can help them piece together what happened on the night before Nancy Guthrie disappeared. In fact, on Wednesday night, investigators were seen going into Annie's home again. And then they came out reportedly with a bag. Unclear what was in the bag, but they had gloves on. And it's been reported that Annie and her husband are no longer staying at that house. And that's understandable because police and the FBI continue to comb through it. And there is so much media attention out.
We just have no idea. We haven't heard anything about like Tommaso since this whole thing. He's not been in any of the videos the Guthrie family's done. Granted, it's not his place to be, but we still haven't heard anything. We've heard nothing about him since Ashley Banfield said that he's a suspect.
Outside their home as well. Now, it is unclear why law enforcement continues to focus on Annie's home beyond the fact that Nancy was there prior to her disappearance. Now, the Guthrie family said that when the surveillance pictures were released, they didn't recognize the person as someone who they knew. Savannah Guthrie is very close with her family. Annie is her older sister. She also has a brother named Cameron. And we've seen the three of them arm in arm in videos posted last week saying that they would pay the ransom money to whoever sent those alleged notes to media outlets like TMZ.
This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Oh my God, Joe Rogan's 58 years old.
Now, as a reminder, everything that we have heard from the FBI and the sheriff's department has been that the family's been very cooperative. When deputies went to Annie's house to search it last weekend at night, that was a consensual search. They didn't need a search warrant to do it. Now, it should be noted that former News Nation journalist Ashley Banfield released a report on her YouTube channel, Drop Dead Serious, seemingly pointing the finger at a family member, Nancy's son-in-law. Hours after her report, the Pima County Sheriff's Department fired back on social media, tweeting, quote, detectives are working closely with the...
So that's a theory. So someone said that, what if Nancy Ubered to Annie's house because her car was there and then they drove her car home? I don't know if that would happen though. I'm trying to think what the optics would be of that.
Guthrie family, while we appreciate the public's concern, the sharing of unverified accusations or false information is irresponsible and does not assist the investigation. No suspect or person of interest have been identified at this time. Now, another potential possibility in this case is that whoever took Nancy Guthrie was someone who is targeting Savannah. She's hosted the Today Show since 2012. She is one of the most recognizable faces on TV. She interviews celebrities, presidents, and other powerful people. She has spoken with President Trump, who offered his full support in this case. She's connected and she has money. Could that make her and her family a target? Now, the Pima County Sheriff said that his department has been in touch with NBC's security to see if Savannah's received any sort of threat or anything that might be of interest to this case. Nancy Guthrie's also been a regular on the Today Show. In fact, her last appearance on the show spotlighted her love of Tucson. That was in November of last year. The segment talked about how she moved to Tucson in the 1970s, and she decided to stay in the area to raise her family because of the laid back and gentle quality of life. Savannah went to college and high school in Tucson before she followed her dreams in a career in television news. Now, it is possible that someone knew that Nancy was in that community based on what they saw on TV. It's unclear if that's the case here, but something that you do have to think about. Now, one of the big questions as this case has been developing is who had access to Nancy Guthrie's house. We know that she lived alone, but she also had health issues. The sheriff said that she couldn't walk 50 yards by herself, but she was still sharp mentally. But the medication, that's been such a big concern. The sheriff saying she needs medication daily. Without it, it could be fatal. Now, Nancy needed help, and apparently she did have some help in the form of people like a pool cleaner or gardener who would come to her property. According to Fox News, hired help has been asked to give DNA swabs in the case. Now, another person who said that he may have been at Nancy Guthrie's home at some point is Carlos Palazuelos. Now, he's the delivery driver who was detained Tuesday night in Rio.
This is the first time I've heard his name. So this is the delivery driver that was detained.
Ricos, Arizona, about an hour south of Tucson near the U.S.-Mexico border.
They helped me against my will. They didn't read me my rights until 2 hours later. Okay? You know what I mean? My wrist is all swollen. From the handcuffs. Like,
and did you have any idea that
No.
this was about him?
No.
And do you know who Nancy Guthrie
No.
is?
That's the problem. No, I don't know anything.
You were like,
This is video per CBS News. Carlos said he had nothing to do with Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. In fact, he said he had never heard of Nancy Guthrie. He had never heard of Savannah Guthrie until law enforcement pulled him over while he was driving for DoorDash.
And so then when they came up on you, what did they say? Like, what did they say?
Nothing. Literally nothing. They just told me, stop moving. Like, what's your name? Carlos. And that's it. They put me in the cop car. You gotta wait like 2 hours. I waited like 2 hours until the detectives came here and everything.
oh my God.
Well, when they finally told you this had to do with some kidnapping, like what were you thinking?
What the f*** am I doing here? I didn't do anything. To be honest, like, I'm innocent.
And you don't even know who the lady is. Do you know who Savannah Guthrie is?
No. I
Nothing.
don't follow the news.
Right.
I don't watch.
You don't watch the Today Show.
No.
So this was a complete shock.
It was.
Now, even though Carlos has been adamant he has nothing to do with the Guthrie case, it's important to note that law enforcement said that they did have a search warrant to go through his house, meaning that investigators had to present evidence to a judge who then signed off on allowing them to search his house and take his electronics.
I wonder what the heck was their evidence to do that? What was their evidence to sign off on a search warrant? I mean, what do you want to bet? They had very little evidence. They're just trying to make it seem like they're doing something, right?
We are learning more now about why law enforcement may have circled in on Carlos, or more specifically his home. ABC News is reporting that the FBI ID'd Carlos based off cell phone usage information and traffic data. Now, it's unclear specifically what about those things made law enforcement believe that Carlos would be someone that they would want to talk to. Carlos suggested that as a delivery driver, he may have dropped off a package at Nancy's house during the day. He works for a different delivery company than DoorDash in the Tucson area. So that is a possibility. But again, they would need more evidence than that to get a search warrant. Carlos's mother-in-law told reporters that law enforcement showed her the surveillance pictures and asked if it was her son-in-law, and she said no. But when you hear that, you do wonder if law enforcement truly believed that they were on the cusp of breaking this case wide open on Tuesday night. Now, when you hear about electronics, you have to think about the alleged ransom notes sent to TMZ and at least 2 Tucson television stations demanding money for Nancy Guthrie. Now, it's unclear whether those notes are legit. TMZ says that their sources tell them the FBI is operating on the belief that the notes were sent by the person or persons responsible for allegedly taking Nancy Guthrie. However, we have heard some skepticism from law enforcement experts. On one hand, those notes mention specifics that may not have been public at the time they were sent. The FBI said that it talked about Nancy's Apple Watch still being in the house and something about floodlights on the outside of the home. Those floodlights have since been removed. Now, on the other hand, those notes were sent a day after Nancy was taken. The notes also had 2 deadlines, and whoever sent the notes never communicated further to our understanding with law enforcement or the Guthrie family, and they never offered any sort of proof of life images that we know about. Another theory that we have seen suggested is whoever took Nancy Guthrie was a member of a larger criminal organization, even a cartel, from just over the border in Mexico.
Oh, what do you think about this side? So a criminal cartel or a larger criminal organization. Interesting.
Mexico. We know that FBI Director Kash Patel said that law enforcement is looking for multiple persons of interest in this case, but it's unclear how sophisticated the people who may have taken Nancy Guthrie are as criminals. I asked former CIA and FBI agent Tracy Walder about whether any part of this case seems to point in the direction of a cartel.
cartel doesn't completely make sense to me. Cartels, yes, they do ransoms and those kinds of things, but cartels tend to be quite brutal and quite showy with the violence that they inflict on people, and they don't seem to care necessarily. So what I would think, if Mexico's even involved, which I don't even know that it is, and they said they have not engaged with officials in Mexico, if they are even involved, it's more likely that someone here took her there rather than someone
So she's saying no. Cartel's very unlikely to be involved because why would they be?
there coming here.
Joining us now to talk more about this case and where it could go next is Chris McDonough, homicide investigator. Thank you for being with us here on Law and Crime. It seems like, and just as we're coming on and recording this, they just put a tent out in front of the doorway to Nancy Guthrie's home. That's where we saw the video of the blood, and potentially that's where this armed individual was the morning of February 1st when Nancy Guthrie was taken. But
Cartel would only do it for money, but they would have to realize doing this across country lines for money just to get it from Savannah, that's just a risky endeavor. Like, why do that?
each day, it seems like there's still a lot of activity at her house, in her neighborhood, as well as Annie's house, her oldest daughter. What do you make of investigators continuing to go back to those areas now 12 days later?
You know, Chris, I think what's happening right now, based on the video coming back, there's a lot of lab stuff starting to return, right? Like this video. And if you'll notice in that particular video, you see the suspect standing on that mat, the outdoor mat. You also see the debris that was still on the porch, okay? Even, before the video came in. So they're probably going to process that mat out there. And that's maybe why they put the tent up in front of the door there, okay? Because there's a system that you can use. It's called an MVAC system. And what you can physically do, it's like a vacuum cleaner that essentially sucks up any type of...
And that would be interesting, right? So they're going to try to suck up any evidence on the mat that he's standing on, or possibly she, but I think it's a he. And what do you think they could possibly find? Think they might find some DNA when they do that? Could any DNA have floated off of him somehow?
Debris or anything like that. And you can actually take that and test it for DNA. So my suspicion is at this particular point, they probably have another DNA hit somewhere, or in terms of information that's come back. And so you're going to start seeing situations like this where they're going to canvass the neighborhoods a lot more. They're going to be looking for digital footprints because they've probably got digital evidence back now. And they're trying to tie those things together.
You know, law enforcement has continued to say that they don't have a suspect or person of interest in this case. We have these images. They detained this man the other day, but then let him go. You still see them going to Annie Guthrie's house a lot, and that's where Nancy was for dinner, game night with family, and then she's driven back home on February, or I guess it was January 31st, and then February 1st she's taken. What do you make about just the focus there seems to be? And it's all consensual searches that from what we've been told. It's not like a search warrant that they need to go in. It seems like the family's very cooperative. But what do you make of just the amount of attention that we have seen on the place, not that she was taken from, but the place she was before?
So remember in the victim risk continuum, right? This is a very, very low risk victim, very low risk. And so that tells us that.
You never heard the Sean Connery yes joke?
The victim and the suspect at some point had some type of association, i.e. they crossed paths. Could have been a grocery store, could have been an employee, a friend of an employee. But there is this nexus that connects it. The reason they keep going back there is because the family, Annie and I believe her husband, the brother-in-law, has said, hey, we were the last to see her alive. We were also the first to discover that she wasn't in the house. So they were the first and the last, okay? And an interesting anomaly that I've caught from, my experience is the garage door. So the sheriff puts on the timeline, the garage door opens at 9:48 p.m.
and then it closes at 9:50 p.m. So that tells us they have that data from that garage door, either the keypad or the system there, right? But what we're not seeing is when the family arrived, a timeline if that garage door opened. So that means that leaves this gap that says, okay, well, how did they get into the house? If they went through the front door, they certainly had to see all that blood. If they went through the garage door, you're going to get that data that they may be holding back, okay? And then the third option is, how did they go through the same point of entry that the perpetrator may have gone through? So those are kind of investigative anomalies that you have to cross those T's and dot those I's, and say, okay, well, did you see the blood on the porch? If you went through the garage, how come we don't have a data point on that? If you went through the back door, wasn't that suspicious enough almost immediately, to call the authorities? And if you notice, the very, very first interview that the sheriff gave, the first thing he was asked by a journalist was, who dropped her off? And he says, the family. And then the follow-up question, which was a great question, was, did they see her inside the house? And he answers, yes. Okay. That's very problematic. So he knows something that
it sounded like he just said, yes, we found her in the house.
We don't know.
Because that was that, and I, keep going back to that part, because the follow-up is, another follow-up was just like, who was the family member? We know that Annie Guthrie's married, and then there's been this report that was put out there where, that, her husband, was, his name has been out there, and there's been nothing to this point that has, publicly by law enforcement said that, that they have a suspect at all. So it's like, when the sheriff was asked who was the person, and we don't know specifically who's the person who drove Nancy Guthrie home, and he's not answering it, do you read anything into that? Or is it something where he might just say, because of the media attention on this person, just to protect them? Because if you throw, their name out there in a news conference, then suddenly the internet, tries to incriminate someone even more if they're completely innocent.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And I think the sheriff did the right thing by kind of holding back, because at that point, everybody's on the table at this point, right? Because you have to start, in that inner circle, like we were talking about there, because in that inner circle is that cross, okay? However, there is one other interesting point on this, okay? Remember the fruitcake out in LA, who decides to inject themselves into the largest, kidnapping case, probably since the Lindbergh baby.
Did he say the fruitcakes in LA? What?
Okay, in terms of publicity and et cetera. And this guy just decides to say, yeah, I think I'll.
And B, this guy's giving B flashbacks of the guidance counselor from South Park. Drugs are bad, okay?
Just go ahead and ask, for Bitcoin, et cetera. They have to eliminate that guy too, because you have to ask yourself, well, why didn't you communicate with Savannah? Why didn't you communicate with her brother? Okay. You chose to communicate with her sister via text message. But you notice the anomaly in this is this guy also says, yeah, and I reached out to the brother-in-law. Okay. Well, the brother-in-law is not even on the radar at that point. Okay? So you got to ask yourself, well, why are you picking the brother-in-law to communicate? And then the next piece of this puzzle in that affidavit is the authorities have said he makes a 9-second phone call, the suspect in LA, but they don't tell us to who. Okay. They just said a family member. Okay. So that to me stuck out. It's like, well, why does this guy inject himself into this case, to get arrested? That's crazy. And then the second piece is, well, who did he call? I'd like to know that. And then, so as an investigator, you're going to have to unwind all of that. You're going to have to re-engineer it as a whole.
What do you make of the ransom notes? Does that follow the pattern of how a ransom note typically operates? And then at the same time, it's like, if you're someone who's sending a ransom note, do you want to follow the path that every other ransom note has? Because in a lot of these cases, we know the FBI is very good at tracking down people who send ransom notes. So, does the fact that it might be a little different with when the ransom note was sent out, the fact it went to media outlets, the fact that there are 2 deadlines, does that something that, I guess, discredits the credibility? Or could it be something where this is a person who said, because maybe they're, very good at sending ransom notes, they looked and said, I'm not going to follow the same path as everybody else?
So yeah, the ransom note is an anomaly here in relationship to the behavior of the perpetrator, right? The BAU wrote every single word inside of the response that the families read. I can assure you of that. Okay. So the first thing they obviously wanted to do is, well, fine, we've got your letter. Okay. The fact that they went to 2 TV stations and, a major outlet, an entertainment outlet, the fact that they sent it to 3, points of interest, okay, is an anomaly in of itself, because that kind of says, hey, wait a minute, is this an attention seeker, et cetera. However, there had to be some information that the authorities saw in there that said, okay, this could be legit. Let's take a look at this, get the BAU, let's write the response. Okay. So the first thing that they wanted to see.
So my thing was yesterday, I was saying 85% she's not alive. But I got to say, with each passing day, that has to be less even. So maybe today, 87-13, 90-10. It's low. And it's getting lower by the day. Not impossible. Because this is not like a teen. This is not Elizabeth Smart, who's young and youthful, who survived her captor for 9 months. This is an 84-year-old woman that looks like she was bruised or something, bloody nose out the door.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, no. I was going to just say, because then you have this third ransom note that comes in yesterday. And that was one where it just, for 1 Bitcoin, I'll tell you where it was, but there wasn't. And that was TMZ putting it out there. It wasn't the FBI, because the FBI had, in a news conference, kind of gave some legitimacy that they were taking the initial ransom notes seriously, whether they're true or not. This one from TMZ just kind of didn't pass the smell test for me. I don't know about for you.
No, I'm 100% with you. That one right there is kind of just, what we would call noise, right? Background noise right now with somebody trying to jump on the bandwagon. To be honest with you, I had to, I made a comment that, remember the old Nigerian, hey, you've inherited, $5 million, right? That kind of plays into that principle, because the FBI's offered a $50,000 reward. If you want money, just go turn this guy in and go get the reward. The feds are going to give it to you.
And when it comes to the description of this person, and I know there's been some local reports that maybe they know the type of brand that he was wearing, the backpack. That was.
Wait a minute. Rumor has it we only have 619 likes, and there's 2,800 people watching here. Unacceptable. Likes are free, folks.
Still, it was full when he was there at the front steps of the house. Those backpacks are sold. The one, I think it was Ozark Trail, something like that, is one that I think is being at least put out there as a possibility. It's sold at Walmart. I mean, those, how many of those are sold a day? I mean, it seems easier said than done to figure out, okay, these are the people who bought, these types of backpacks. How do you actually go about finding value in that direction when it comes to a particular brand?
Well, what you do is you coordinate with, that private partner, right? They have a security division in Arkansas where their headquarters is. And you say, look, here's the type of item that we're looking for. We want to know if there's any point of purchase video of, the individual actually scan.
And again, being her life ending on day one is plausible to me, because if their motive was anything like really money, why would they do that instantly? Why would they be so dumb as to have to do that anyway? If their goal was ransom, like, you really can't maintain an 84-year-old woman. You really can't handle that. So many mysteries in this case, so many things that are confusing.
Scanning the item. And so then there you can if you get video, then you can get, transactions information in relationship to, credit cards or that, et cetera. And so that becomes more of chasing down the, the financial chain, right? And if you happen to get lucky and get a video of him purchasing it, that's like a home run. Okay. And that's what the feds do the best. They have these relationships with a lot of these corporate partners, and you throw a search warrant at them and say, look, this is an exigent circumstance. We have an 84-year-old woman out there. She still hasn't been found, and we believe this could possibly be the suspect. And if a judge signs off, you throw it to their security department and they'll go to work for you.
And the term sophisticated it just never feels right to call like a criminal sophisticated, just especially in a case as horrific as this. But when you watch that doorbell camera of this person, what they're wearing, the way, just the mannerisms that they have, did this stand out to you as someone who would be characterized by law enforcement as a sophisticated criminal?
No. This individual is not a sophisticated, let's think through this. Because, there's a couple clues, right? The holster that he's wearing is for a revolver, okay, number one. And he's got an automatic pistol inside of that particular holster. So he doesn't have a lot of, experience around guns, okay? That's what that told me. The second piece of this puzzle is the type of gloves that he's wearing. I mean, those are large, bulky gloves, okay? Well, how are you going to get your finger into the trigger guard if you need that particular gun, okay? So that's more of a persona of intimidation, okay, that tells us, is that really even a real gun? Is it a replica? We don't know. They're chasing that down now, I'm sure of it, okay, with that video that's come out. If it is a real gun, then that tells us he's prepared to use deadly force. That's a problem, okay? And then the other thing that we look at is his problem-solving capability. When he gets to the porch and he discovers, the light, that tells us, one, he didn't plan on that piece of it, okay? Or if he did, then is he acting? Is this something that he is, just kind of going with it? Because his resolution to the problem, as we saw, is to pick up the debris and cover the doorbell. Okay. And when you think through that, okay, it's like, okay, it's
just like the guidance counselor from South Park.
there a car now? If this guy can't even figure out how to, disengage a doorbell up front initially, potentially, right? Because that's what the timeline says. Mm-hmm. Okay. Then how does he get her out of the house? And if there's a car, is there a second person, or is this guy, how is this guy operating? So that told me there could be a second person as well. And my thought process there was this: if he's coming to the front and the other guy's coming through the back, is he expecting the guy to come through the house and open the front door? And that was kind of like the aha moment. Oh crap, there's a doorbell here. Mm-hmm. Okay. Or, we go back to, is this guy, just a bumbling idiot, okay, at the door? And there's somebody else pulling the strings away from him, and maybe he's just going to get, a couple of bucks, through the side here to get her out of the house. But he has successfully gotten her out of the house. So that gives us some indication that there was a thought process here. But
we got a super chat here. Elaine, thank you very much. 10 euros or pounds? How did you get all the funniest folk to sub to your channel? Laughed my... Well, Elaine, long story short, I became the ringleader of the circus, and I invited everyone to be themselves. And so everyone feels comfortable being themselves here. Thank you very much, Elaine.
I don't think he's the sharpest tool in the shed right now.
No, and you have to wonder if they had some moment, whoever the people were, and hopefully it's not something if...
Yes, B says Nancy's house. Are they going to have a search warrant for Savannah's house or Annie's house?
If Nancy Guthrie is still alive, that it would be making her situation even more dangerous. But I'm sure there was a moment wherever they are, wherever they're watching, where they realized that video actually did exist and the FBI does indeed have it. That probably changed, how they're feeling about how this is going on. And hopefully they're brought to justice sometime soon, now in day 12 of the search for Nancy Guthrie. Chris McDonough, homicide investigator. It's always great to have you on Law and Crime. Thank you
Thanks,
for taking
Chris.
the time to be with us.
Absolutely, Chris. Thank you so much.
If you have any information on Nancy Guthrie, you can contact the Pima.
Contact her. And speaking of whistling, that some people like a whistler.
Turns out it.
This is Hidden Killers with Tony.
Turns out it.
This is Hidden Killers Live with Tony Bruschi, Stacy.
Robin Dreek, retired FBI Special Agent, Chief of the Counterintelligence Behavioral Analysis Program, is with us. We're going to kind of tackle this in some sections because it's best to kind of look at this in focused buckets rather than just pouring them all out over the table going, hey, because there's so many pieces to this to get through. Yes, they did they had a person of interest just the other night that they were talking to. They have since released them. Turns out had absolutely nothing to do with this, but it wasn't before. A lot of attention was there. It looked like they had their hostage.
So on the right here, we have Robin Dreek. He's actually a very good former FBI agent. He's probably one of the better ones. That's one of the better men. And then there's Stacy Cole, live co-host.
Negotiation folks ready to go. They were hoping, and there's nothing wrong with hope, that maybe this is a place, maybe this is a person that possibly has Nancy Guthrie. They went in the house, they looked, they talked to the guy, and they came up empty-handed. That's after we saw 6 photos and 3 video clips from Nancy Guthrie's Nest camera. The first visual evidence in 10 days. A masked individual at her front door the morning she disappeared. He reached towards the camera, stopped, turned around, walks back to the yard, goes and grabs a big old handful of cilantro or whatever he was grabbing.
Like you
comes up to the camera and covers it with.
Everyone likes Tony Bruschi's prosecutor vibes. Prosecutor.
The foliage. He came prepared to hide his identity. He was not prepared for what was 6 inches from the front door that, I don't know, most would say probably going to be there at a higher end home in a higher end area of Tucson. A video doorbell. But that seemed to be a surprise to this individual. That gap between what he planned for and what he didn't is the most important detail in this footage. Robin Dreek ran the FBI's Counterintelligence Behavioral Analysis Program for a very long time, and you've written about various ways to identify different types of behavior in several of your books. I want to get into your observations on this, Robin, and what your takeaway was now that it's out there. The footage shows this individual, like we said, approaching the door towards the camera, turn, grab some greenery, and put it on the camera.
I think Tony himself would do some good Scottish accent if he ever put his mind to it. Scottish accent from Arkansas.
And there's a lot more in there too. But Robin, just out of the gate, what was your reactions to this footage?
A chuckle.
Yeah.
So the first thing that struck me was I was surprised at how fluid and easily he did that action. So the first thing that really was striking to me was he's very fluid and practiced at doing dumb things.
Mm-hmm.
And because so here you put on your thought experiment hat and your empathetic view of like, all right, here I am, I've done this, or I'm going to do this. And I say done this because I find his fluidity, which is tempo, which is congruence, which are all things I look at for body language and human behavior, is how comfortable is someone with the actions they're doing. Okay. And he looked very comfortable because there's no deviation from his norm baseline of how he's walking, how his gait, his movements are very fluid. In other words, no pause, no hesitation, no thinking, no stress moment. In other words, when someone is typically faced with a moment, a decision or stress, we hit a pacifying, maybe a neck rub, maybe a pause in tempo to think things out, but there was no thought process. This was kind of fluid. So he was ready for it. And here's his solution. Grab weeds and put it over the camera. Now, let's look at also the reason for this. So he covers himself up because I noted very quickly also he did a good job, I thought, of full body coverage with the exceptions of eyes and mouth. We often don't see this in these types of cases we've covered, where a lot of times it's baggy clothes, street clothes, just something that the idiot grabbed before they did something. But he's got tight-fitting clothes, or form-fitting, I should say.
Well, FBI did increase their reward to $100,000. Kind of seems like they got some razor blades in their pockets over there. I mean, why not make this thing $500,000 or $1 million? I mean, you do that, you got people pretty motivated now at this point. $100,000, yeah, I guess so. I guess people would be motivated for that, but clearly 500,000 or $1 million, they'd be more motivated.
Very well covered up, hands, mouth, everything, and so that was well done, fluid motion, and so it looked practiced to me. But again, when you're putting yourself in that moment, what was he trying to do? He's covered himself up. So it's not like he's trying to permanently obscure himself with the camera because he's covered that. In other words, plan A was to obscure yourself from law enforcement or anyone on the street or something. So really the camera, what happens when you first go up to a Ring camera or a Nest camera, whatever it is? It goes off. And so most likely my thought process is, all right, because what do you do? Everyone listen to audience, because this is how we do thought experiments. When your Ring camera goes off in the middle of the night, what do you do? First thing you do, you pick up your phone, you pick up your iPad and say, who the hell's at my door?
Right. And this guy's good. This guy knows this stuff. But an answer to why Savannah might not have offered $1 million is if they think she's already gone. I mean, not to be crude or lack empathy, but what is a body worth if they're passed already? I mean, clearly you're going to pay more if they're alive, right? That's just common sense, you would think.
Exactly.
And so that first movement he's doing should be to quickly obscure what's on that camera from Nancy inside. And instead of having a plan for that, which is, like you said, spray, or I would cover tape. Just bring some tape. Cover it up, like put your thumb on it. For the 2 seconds you're going to break down that door, right? But his solution that he was very comfortable was to leave that space, continue to be in that camera shot, pick up some weeds on the side, and like as if he'd done it before, and try to, which wasn't even be a full obscuration of what you're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
No sense. And so in this 3 seconds, I won't tell more because I know we'll cover another clips. In this 3 seconds, we learned everything we need to know, in my opinion. Again, limited data points. There could be more, but we saw his decision-making process. We saw his comfort with his decision-making process on full display, and we took off from there. That's what I saw in that first 3 seconds.
So you think this is a massive moron? I mean, just to sum up everything, and we can hit stop right now, you think this is a complete moron?
Yes, because who have we ever covered that isn't?
Now, that's actually maybe the first thing I would disagree with him on. I don't think every criminal is an idiot. And okay, if this guy is an idiot, how bad does it make law enforcement and the FBI look that the freaking idiot has gotten away with it this long? So I think it's tempting for some prosecutor types to think they're all idiots, but they're not all necessarily idiots. Now, they're majority idiots per se, but certainly not all.
But he's a massive moron who, and we're going to get into further ends of this if there's more than one person involved here, if acting alone has been able to evade the FBI and the full resources of the federal government of the United States for 11 days.
Yep.
That's not necessarily an idiot. I mean, an idiot in terms of not realizing there's a camera there, yes. But that's where I kind of get to, and we'll get to it in a moment, of I don't think that this guy is operating alone. I don't think he's the one is being the success story. I'm not using that in terms of like truly successful, but he has been successful. Whoever this is has been successful in evading any sort of detection or capture or identification in all of this time. That's something. But if
it's like the worst criminals wear a suit and a tie. The worst criminals wear a suit and a tie. Yes or yes. Yes.
Am I to believe that this man who walked up to this porch, looked directly into a camera, and then grabbed foliage is that man? I don't think so. I don't think he's smart enough based on that. I mean, you could walk up to that door. I would think if you're going to go up there, I don't know, bring a notepad, bring something. You could easily get up there and completely disguise your face until you know if that is a Ring doorbell or a regular doorbell. And once you realize it is a Ring doorbell, okay, then go get your foliage, keep yourself covered. You don't walk up to it like this.
Maybe. And
I don't know. I've never broken into someone's home. I've never tried to, but this is the first thing that
schoolboy Tony over here. He's like, I've never stolen milk money. I've never smoked the joint. I'm a good boy.
Comes to my mind as a non-criminal and how I would handle the situation.
Well, and even I went trick-or-treating a couple of years ago, and I'm not a teen. Okay, but I'm small in stature, so I thought, well, I'm going to get away with it. And one of the very first homes that I walked up to had a Ring camera.
There's a lot in that sentence right there.
I know. Don't analyze me, Robin. But here's the thing. As soon as I saw that camera, I went, oh God, like I immediately did this, and I covered my face because, at the time I was in my 40s, and I'm like, oh God, I'm asking for, a Milky Way here. I was embarrassed, and I covered myself. This guy didn't even do that, and he was up to something nefarious.
Yeah. So here's some possible thought experiments to explain why, supposedly this guy seemingly has gotten away and not been found in 12 days.
Yeah.
So let's start with laws of probability. So the amount of unsolved crimes and homicides by similar means in the country daily is in the thousands.
Sure.
And now let's also look at, I think, one of the glaring issues that has caused a
Sweet Caroline, what do I see from you? Sweet Caroline says, Tony can be very aggressive. I agree. He can be. He's got the prosecutor vibe. But thank you, Sweet Caroline.
Distraction of and I'll call it a distraction of resources, when then someone that I personally do not think there's a connection between the ransom and this.
Okay.
I think there's capitalization on this event from the Nigerian prince to get money from.
Sure.
And so what happens is when you have limited resources coming in and now distracted with trying to hunt down the Bitcoin side of stuff, those resources that could have been spent looking in this area are now divided.
Criminals want some Bitcoin.
Looking in other areas.
Yeah.
Because when did we start seeing rapid movement? When they finally took the resources to uncover the video that the sheriff said was never recoverable, and all of a sudden we're starting to see some rapid movement. Because had we been able to get this video, not saying they could have done it faster because it takes technical expertise and things like that, but when you start then going again door to door and also putting out messages, I think one of my messages that I'm trying to put out to people is how to profile the people that you've been encountering to match this, because we have a little bit of body language, a little bit of demeanor that is going to be more recognizable, even though you don't have facial, but you can
tell everyone that we're all mad here. Sort of like how the Cheshire Cat said to Alice, we're all mad here.
Do some conjecture in there of, there's maybe some sort of goatee or beard of some sort under there. You can kind of see a little bit of the eyes, right? You definitely see body style. You definitely see size. You definitely see a little bit of walking movement. But then when you overlay it with this behavior, because remember, in our base core behaviors, we can't mask who we are daily. In other words, the way he's behaving here is 99% most likely how he behaves every day. And so let's just take a quick look at what that behavior is. I am set in my ways. I'm going to do it my way. I think my way is the best way. And I make really dumb decisions when I come up with these ideas.
Mhm.
So instead of thinking to yourself, who in my life looks like this and I think could get away with this, you're
Yeah.
looking at the wrong people. You need to think about who in my life looks like this and is a schemer that things just constantly fall apart around.
Yeah.
That's who you look for.
Yeah. Let's talk about the ransom for a second. I want to talk about, because we just talked about it.
And to reiterate, that person on the Nest cam, that person has not been found or cleared. The person that's been cleared is the person from the other video, from the video that happened miles away. The other person with 2 backpacks, that person was somehow found quickly and already cleared. But the fact that they found that person so quickly and already released him, that just shows me that they've got nothing in this entire thing. They got nothing. And it didn't help that Sheriff Nanos there wasn't cooperating with the FBI, not sending evidence to Quantico. That's where the FBI headquarters is. And it's like, dude, why are you doing that, man? Like, why are you going to get your ego in the way? They said, oh, Sheriff Nanos, you love attention and admiration, yes or yes? And he said, yes.
How are they determining here where to put resources and what ones to take seriously? I mean, I'm not familiar, with how an because this sort of thing doesn't happen very often. I can't think of really any kidnapping cases like this.
They're that rare.
So I don't know what the protocol is for something like this, but I would imagine when a high profile kidnapping case like this is taking place, there's a lot of ransom demands that are going to come out. We've heard of, I'm losing track, 3 to 4 of them now. There's another one that came out right before we went on the air that you give us 1 Bitcoin, we're going to tell you more about who's doing this. That went to TMZ. They've all of them that we've heard about have come from media. So that would answer the question of why have we heard about them and why we've heard about 3 or 4 of them so far. I would imagine, maybe I'm wrong, but you can tell me this. Do you think there's other ransom demands that are coming in directly to the family, directly to the FBI that we're not hearing about? And how do you determine which roads you're going to go down and which ones you're going to put resources at when the reality is, yes, there are limited resources for an investigation and you got to choose where you're going to, put the gas down and send those resources. And you don't want to be putting them at something that ends up being literally a completely separate case,
Right.
which it feels like a lot of these ransom demands are going to end up.
If the delivery driver's name is Carlos, then yes, he was cleared. And the person in the double backpack video is cleared. But the person on the Nest cam, certainly not cleared.
Being their own crimes and have absolutely nothing to do with the disappearance or, God forbid, the death of Nancy Guthrie.
Well, remember, they already arrested one person for it.
Yes, they have. Yeah.
So the rule of thumb is this. You cover every single lead that comes in. Every single lead. Remember, I talked with you all on the show a couple of weeks ago.
Can they?
I was in New York during 9/11.
Yeah.
And I had lead number 2 on the bombing, what they thought at the time, of the Twin Towers.
Yeah.
Lead number 2. And you know what lead number 2 was? Guy was on the West Side Highway, saw a plane fly into the buildings.
Okay.
I had to go in.
Oh, we haven't heard anything then about bandmates being cleared either. Some people were speculating that person in the Nest cam was one of Tommaso's bandmates, but we don't know anything about that.
Interview him because it was called in on the tip line and I had to clear the lead. So every time, and that's why when you hear law enforcement say we take every lead seriously, we take every tip seriously, and now I've heard they have over 10.
Incorrect. There's been no arrests in the case. Everyone's been detained. And you could argue that they're actually the law enforcement is pushing it to even get these detainments like they did that driver. You could argue they probably didn't even deserve it, but they did. They got it. But they've been released and they were not arrested.
1,000 leads in. That's also why Kash Patel and everyone is saying, all the resources of FBI are there because they have to cover 10,000 leads.
Yeah.
And
how do you do that?
Yeah.
One
daunting.
bite of the elephant at a time.
Which, when someone is missing and they might be dying as we speak, time is of the essence.
What you try to do is you try to triage the ones that you think have a greater probability of being flushed out, but you still have to flush them all out, because sometimes the most obscure ones, a lot of times the most obscure ones that come in from left field, you'd never thought in a million years would go anywhere. That's why you don't know. And that's why they prosecute to the full extent of the law these fraudulent ransom things coming in, because look at the resources it takes and distracts from. So our digital forensics that we do, that's a very costly and highly trained resource we have. And instead of taking that digital, I don't know how they're divided up or anything, our ERT, evidence response teams, and our lab at the FBI Academy, they are the best in the world at what they do, but there's not that many of them. And so instead of doing things, again, I don't know how they're compartmentalized, but so just as an example of resources, they're spending time figuring out this Bitcoin thing instead of taking time to do.
So that's a good question there, babe. Like, who benefits from her death? Would it be Tommaso somehow? Someone was saying to me that he's got gambling debts, but I have not seen that confirmed anywhere. If someone has a source for that, let me know. But I'm not saying that's certainly a fact. It might be true, though. I don't know. But outside of that, that's the issue with the case, right? What's the motivation for doing this? Who benefits? I would say someone who wants to hurt Savannah somehow might benefit. Someone who wants to, and again, if you want to hurt Savannah's husband, why would you do that to Savannah's mother? Why not do it to his mother? Or why don't you do it to Savannah? I mean, so many things are weird about it. It's hard for me to really decipher the motivations here.
Do something else.
Yeah.
And so it's a distraction. And I mean, literally, did that guy on the front porch look like he's a Bitcoin connoisseur?
Not really.
No. But you still have to flush it out. And so that's why.
So does he look like a Bitcoin connoisseur? You know what? You can't say yes or no just from that. It's like, I don't know. Actually, I'm kind of disagreeing with Robin in some of this today, because crypto bros can be anybody. Dorks, anyone. Losers, nerds, Wall Street types, anyone can be a crypto bro. So you can't say one way or the other from this footage.
That's why that's why it's chaos. And also, and we've covered this before too, if money was the objective in all these other in real ransom cases, that's why you're seeing right now. This is why the perpetrator keeps it low key.
The foliage grabber. My goodness, that should be the guy's name in the case. Breaking news on the foliage grabber.
Personal to the family, make it easy to pay, sign of life. Because everything else distracts from the real person that's trying to get money. Think about this. So here's this. So say this was a real ransom case.
Yeah.
The real ransomer is now competing with all these other guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have put it out on the press, because as soon as you put it out on the press, everyone else is like, oh, everyone else from Nigeria is not casting shade on Nigeria, but we get all those spam things, right? They're coming in. They want their cut. And right now, today, we got someone coming in for their cut. I know who did it. Just stop with the noise. Focus in on a home invasion that went sideways, panic escalation, and she's gone. So
I guess never forget, the black sheep are not part of the masses, because you got to be careful when following the masses. Sometimes the M is silent.
If I'm sorry, Tony, if this ransom thing hadn't started and this was been treated as a missing person potential homicide, things would look much differently right now.
So if this is an idiot who did this, where is Nancy? If this was something gone wrong and she died in the process, or they accidentally killed her.
So you all got to do me a favor and somehow get me to 1,000 likes, or I'll be a very sad, sad panda.
Where did they put her? Where is she?
So the law of averages, I hate keep saying it, but I always start with what is the probable, and then we flush it out.
Yeah.
The probable things that happen and have happened in the past is a home invasion gets a the chaotic escalation, things go sideways, unexpected things happen medically to her. And instead of leaving evidence, bodies and DNA behind, you take her with you.
I want to talk about this because this Florida Paris just made a comment, and it's exactly what I was thinking here too. Home invasion with a full backpack and stays for 45 minutes. What is it here? I want to just give some observations here on the porch and the guy, and then what happens next. This looked like someone who was going in. Why would you have a full backpack full of shit if you're there to steal things? I think that felt a little weird. He seemed over prepared, like over the top prepared. The gloves that he was wearing, I was calling them like moon gloves. And I say like moon boots, like the big ones you wear in the winter when you're a kid and you're going to go play out in the snow. It reminded me of just how kind of.
Oh my goodness, I might have sealed my death sentence. I said I will stream into at least 1,000 likes. And then I think of SpongeBob 20 years later, not 1,000 likes.
Poofy. Like, they're practical for keeping you warm. They're not practical for usage. Like, if you're like, you can maybe hold a ski pole with it on a good day. Other than that,
firearm.
It's not or you couldn't even get a gun out. I think he could probably even get his finger in the trigger with that. And what I noticed about them, and this is just my observation, this is not anything that has come out.
Sweet Caroline has something to say. Thank you so much, Sweet Caroline. Please, we can't have our leader feeling sad. Shad, excuse me. No shad allowed. I love it, Sweet Caroline. You're good at this game. I love it.
My takeaway, when I looked at it really closely, it looks like it was a big winter glove covered by a latex glove. So it was like glove in a glove. So that I found to be rather interesting. We're double gloving it here with impractical gloves for said B&E or kidnapping or murder. None of that made any sense to me. And as much as I want to think that maybe this is a B&E gone horribly wrong, he doesn't seem prepared for it, but that could just speak to idiocy. But the thing is, okay, so he gets in there, he seems really prepared for something, and the end result is Nancy is gone. That kind of tells me this is some sort of targeted reason he's going there to take or kill Nancy Guthrie. And we don't really know why. Why would someone want to go kill or take Nancy Guthrie? Like, there doesn't seem to be a lot of reasoning there that adds up. That's what's hanging me up here, Robin.
So I agree. I mean, the backpack really threw me too. I did even deeper research on number of people involved in types of crimes like this. If there's a home invasion gone sideways with panic escalation, which is still my working theory, I'm leaning 60% to that still right now. Always open to new data coming in. And this backpack was a new data coming in because.
So that's an interesting point there. They're saying this backpack looks full. So that wouldn't mean they're coming there to steal things. Okay. But maybe there's other things to do, whatever crime they need to do to get Nancy in there. Yeah, I could say so. I mean, nothing of value is taken besides Nancy herself, right? So
the backpack leans 60% with abduction because of the full backpack. Unless... so what I'm doing is I'm overlaying two things here. I'm overlaying
because this chat is like the Hotel California. You can check out anytime you'd like, but you can never sleeve.
Time spent in a house, and I'm overlaying that she is gone, and I'm overlaying the size of that backpack, which to me, a possibility conjecture is that it was like you said, you use that word targeted, is a targeted home invasion robbery for a very specific thing or things that didn't take up much space. Might have required getting into something safe. I don't know. Reason why for time in house, couldn't find what they thought or was told was in that house. And so you spend time searching for things. Here's another remote possibility that I thought of. Again, we're all in the world of conjecture because we don't know what happened in the house. But so let's think about Nancy herself and the things we heard about her. We've heard that she's a very kindly woman, very generous, just a good human being, right? So suppose that part of this event that happened in her house, that she does awake because, you know, this moron is going around in the house rummaging for the one thing he's looking for. In other words, why was nothing taken in the house when he left? Might not have found what he's actually there to get.
Okay.
And also, what do you think? And again, I don't know. The family would know.
It's like a Russian doll backpack in a backpack. And Eva wouldn't let me type this, but I need 234 more likes. YouTube said no, Jared. You're not allowed to type that.
No more than me.
Yeah.
If you had some lost soul that thought their only way in the world was to come in and steal from you, shows up in your house in the middle of the night, and he doesn't present a threatening necessarily image to her, and she felt her best course of action was to talk to him.
Oh.
It does make you wonder what happened on that camera immediately after. I mean, my first thought when he picked those flowers or whatever that was, I'm like, is he ringing the bell and is he standing there with flowers? Like, hi, you know, I mean, that'd be a weird thing to see in the middle of the night. I don't know that I'd answer my door. We don't know that she answered the door either because the camera goes out, but it certainly, it raises a lot of questions. Let's go into another area of this. The operation that took Nancy Guthrie required selecting a specific 84-year-old target living alone in a remote dark sky community with no streetlights. It's required knowing she'd be home. It's required disabling cameras and physically removing the doorbell camera from the house. Maybe it isn't too. Maybe Nancy being there is a surprise for someone who wasn't planning. I don't know. All options are on the table. It required getting a woman who can't walk 50 yards unassisted off the property without a single neighbor seeing or hearing anything. Then the FBI released the footage of the man on the porch. He's improvising with a plant from the garden because nobody told him about the camera. Again, it feels like we have two different levels of knowledge here inside of one operation. At least that's
so. I can't help myself. But Nabati says too many words. The bulging of the backpack looks like it's something soft inside. The foliage grabber would not like that one bit.
That's my take. Robin Dreek, retired FBI special agent, chief of the counterintelligence behavioral analysis program with us. Robin, what are the odds in your mind that this is more than a one-person operation, that the person who's on this porch may not be the mastermind, but just one of the players in something bigger?
I've looked at that. Can you imagine? This is what I do. I love looking things up.
That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah. It's about 50-50. Whether it's a home invasion or a targeted abduction, it rings between only 1 to 3 people tops that are involved in some way. And the averages only sway back and forth between the 40s and 60% on any given day. But when it comes to on site there, I will tell you just from watching him on the porch, the likelihood of someone else being on site is extremely low, because when faced with a challenge, when faced with information data coming in, our typical response before we take action is to regard the other individual present, whether they're actually in the screenshot or not. Knowing someone's there, they're going to we typically pause to see, what will my partner think? What will the other person think? I need to confer. And so there's no hesitation. So part of that fluidity I was seeing was no hesitation. So regardless, I definitely think, from the limited data point we have, that this was the only person on scene. But being directed as part of a larger network is definitely a possibility because of what the stats say. But that's also why I think Guthrie's have done a great job in the messaging and that they've put out, because they've appealed to the different types of people that might be remotely involved in this. And so think about this too. So say, again, my thought experiment hat. So say there's 2 or 3 people involved, and we only have one person directly responsible on site for the removal of her alive or in other states, right? And then
this is America's case now. I mean, that's the biggest difference between Nick Reiner and Michael McKee. And this is nowhere close to being solved. So now this is America's case. Nancy Guthrie is America's grandmom for now.
There's no gain monetarily from anything that happened, because nothing, as far as we know, was missing from the house. No Bitcoin exchange. Right. And so now you have 2 other people that are under a lot of pressure, psychologically, emotionally, spiritually, whatever it is. And so
Yeah.
the messaging that comes out, you have it.
Yes, Jennifer. When I spoke to Mike King from Profiling Evil, he has a book called Wolves in Sheep's Clothing. I interviewed him. Check that out if you haven't already. But we talked about Danny Troyer. Danny Troyer was a serial killer that specifically targeted elderly women. And what he would do, he would pretend to be a magazine salesman and get inside and then strangle them. And then he would dress them in pajamas and put them in bed so it looked like they just died in their sleep. But before that happened, he would SA them. So yeah, that happens. Danny Troyer. And Danny Troyer also said that he's like a lion, where on 1 second it's just looking calm and peaceful, laying on the savannah. But then before you know it, it's ripping out a wildebeest's throat. And he said, that's what I'm like. I'm calm and peaceful until I'm ripping out someone's throat.
An empathetic message, you have a transactional message, and then you have an appeal message. When all three of those messages comes out, you have other people involved. The weight of that is going to start causing fissures and cracks that typically we've seen might cause a rift, and someone to come forward saying, hey, I had nothing to do with her going, I mean, think about it. If they were part of a conspiracy to commit a crime and to commit an abduction or a conspiracy for murder or something like that, and they cooperate, the likelihood is much lower of higher jail time. So see what I mean? So there's a higher probability of a crack coming in if more people were involved in this. Now, going to your petty crime, like this guy just looks like a petty crime kind of guy, was grabbed off the street, came up with this as a last minute, or he's a transient worker, whatever it is. He's done this routinely. That is a solo act. And so it definitely, what I don't think, it's definitely not a team. I don't think it's a gang. I don't think it's an organization behind this. Again, there's always outliers. We don't have data without having data points that are outliers that cause those things. But nothing to this point that I'm seeing says that is where I'm seeing it. But we could still learn more.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what I'm trying to wrap my mind around here is what is the motivation here? I know, I mean, the easy thing everybody just throws out there without any sort of evidence whatsoever, other than we've seen it in other cases, is insurance or her inheritance or this or that. I mean, we don't even, that can be a motivating factor, but it's not always the motivating factor in some reason like this, or in a case like this where you have an older person.
I mean, what do you think of the odds are of the distracting from Epstein, distracting from what else though? That's really the big thing to distract from. Or is it the punishment for the Clinton connection, the punishment for being the fixer of the Democrats? I don't know. It seems like a weird person to punish for that, though, to me. Like, why not punish more directly? But I don't know. I could be wrong about that.
And then that would also then somehow swing back to the family if that's where this were to go. And we have no real reason to believe that is where this is going. So what is the motivating factor here? I mean, that's what gets me.
Now, Sarah made a good point there, and kind of a play on words. Family politics. That could be. I mean, I've read people kill for less. On the street, you can get killed for $20, let alone wanting millions. So family politics can be a thing.
If this guy is so clueless going in that he has to grab shrubbery to cover the camera, this doesn't strike me as someone who really thought long and hard about this. This seems like he was given a job for some reason. He has his own motivating factors to go and do this, whatever that may be. I don't know. Maybe it's, hey, it's a hired hit. We've seen that many a times. We're going to give you X amount of money. We're going to do whatever for you. Go do this, and he could be, basically, a lot of hired hits can be kind of a patsy in situations. They come out of the situation, and then guess what? They don't survive either because they know too much of who hired them or what hired them. I guess I'm going back to that, and I'm going like, what would be the motivation? Why would someone hire this person to do this? And I'm not.
And Eva, I think you got a point with that. This chat could solve world hunger and world peace, Israel, Palestine, if they only listen to us. Not so hard, right?
wanting to go down conspiracy routes and roads here, but I don't know. I mean, this is just really, really bizarre in terms of what the evidence is pointing at. And I don't know. It makes me wonder who may have a reason to go and cause this type of attention and harm or kidnap Savannah Guthrie's mom. It doesn't make sense to me. Unless you start going down the conspiracy roads, which I have in my mind. And to me, it's like, well, I don't know. I don't know. But I could certainly see a world where, depending where this lands, depending who is arrested for this, if someone's arrested for this, it could be weaponized very quickly.
Wait, quick. Someone's got to tell me how many likes there are. And if you didn't like, you must like the video before you tell me how many likes there are.
For political gain. I don't know. I mean, and not necessarily that I'm not saying it's something that's done within the confines of one of the parties in our country either. I'm not saying it's Democrat, Republican, anything like that. I'm thinking more like for an actor, somebody who's like, hey, if we go and
yes, B, it's hey, jealous she, hey, jealous she.
Hey, so-and-so over here, you want to go do a hit? You're not super experienced at this. You're fairly untrackable because they probably are undocumented. And then said horrible crime happens. And then the public is left going, oh my God, the person that did this, once they find out, that's going to put a lot of sentiment in one direction. And you know what I'm talking about. And it would be in the interest of a foreign party to sow more discord in our country. And this could do exactly that. This is not a political statement. It's an observation of what I know. It's quite an outlier, but I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at everything here because nothing is making sense.
So I'll never say it's not beyond anyone to use instances like this for political gain. That's
Sure.
Whether internal or external state actors, absolutely. That's always part of it. When it comes to the probability of utilizing this as a state actor, foreign state actor, for sowing unrest and discourse, and really the main reason why, because again, I worked in the world of intelligence, counterintelligence, really the main reason why foreign actors do that is to sow distrust in our organizations, institutions, and typically they're going to do it for the biggest and easiest bang for the buck. That's why you actually do have foreign actors that actually do fund protests around the country and are part of it and incite things. So
in 5 seconds, I could pull this up and probably find 5 to 10 posts.
Well, this is a true thing, actually. There are bots from other countries, whether it's China, Russia, Israel, fill in the blank. They absolutely sow division, and that's their entire goal. So they'll start provoking sides. This has been proven, by the way. This is not even a conspiracy. This was happening in 2016. Who knows what it's like now?
Posts that are guaranteed from foreign actors trying to sow discord with posts.
And so this method would be a huge outlier from that, because again, I'm just going down the road and track record of things. And so this would be a huge outlier from that. So again, I'm just going down the laws of probability of this being that are exceptionally low. Because and here's why. It's easier to do it another way. I always go with that because remember, human beings are always going to act in their own best interest in terms of safety, security, prosperity, and success. The probability of using that as a successful gamble, very, very low.
Yeah. And obviously, you know that world a thousand times better than I do.
And there's one thing that you said that I want to pick up on. That you said he didn't give this a lot of thought.
Shorty called 901 as what was his name? Shorty on the dance floor. The heck was his name?
He did in his mind. Okay. Because he was very comfortable with, again, the hardest part of this is we want to place ourselves in those shoes and say, and that's why we have
So on a somber note, I think there's a 90% chance that Nancy Guthrie's not okay and is passed. 10% that she's okay. And with each passing day, that 90% gets less. If she was younger, I'd say there's a better chance. Like I said, Elizabeth Smart was abducted for 9 months, but the difference was she's a teenager, full of life. And yeah, she was being tortured and SA'd, but that's, you're younger. You can persevere more. But when you're 84, I just don't see much perseverance there, unfortunately. I could be surprised, but 90-10 as of today. 90% chance she's not here anymore. 10% miracle, and maybe I'll be surprised.
A hard time accepting what we see because it looks so dumb.
Yeah.
But in his mind, it's not.
But useful idiots are just that.
Yes.
They are comfortable in their idiocy. That's what makes them useful idiots.
And that's why when you're looking at your photo album and regarding the people that you've had coming out of your house, or the people you know, when you're doing your assessment of who this could be, think that, not some mastermind. I'm still, as this thing's gone further and further, every time something breaks, the first thing I do is I look at the new data and sets of information to come in, and I test my theories against that to see if I'm shifting my ideas, reinforcing my ideas, or starting all new ideas because I was completely off and wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Everything I've been taking in still holds to what I'm believing this is. I was rattled a little bit and still am rattled, open more towards other possibilities because of that backpack size. But the more I thought about it with these other potential possibilities, I'm like, his behavior still giving me the unanticipated escalation and how to get rid of Nancy.
Do we think that this was targeted towards Savannah Guthrie, or do you think this was a rando?
I don't think it was targeted towards Savannah. I think what happened was they were able to recognize a very wealthy home.
Sure.
And they figured to make a good target because they've done it before.
So I'm a big believer in manifesting and affirmations. I will get 1,000 likes. I will get 1,000 likes. I'm like the woman from American Beauty. I will sell this house today. I will sell this house today.
I do think so. There's a big difference between experience and professional.
Yeah.
I think this person is experienced at theft. I don't think he's a professional, meaning he knows he's very good at what he's doing. He's probably gotten away with petty theft, doing it the way he's been doing it long enough that he kept repeating it and accidentally got away because he was targeting probably lesser homes. This might have been, the biggest fish he's going for, and it went completely sideways because it's the biggest fish he went for, and actually he's got the more attention on this than he's ever given before. Remember, there are so many thefts, so many missing persons around this country. We're talking thousands upon thousands a year. And he probably was one of these types of low-level petty thieves that has gotten away with it because hey, he covered up well. If this was a lower level.
And so whenever we need to actually explain what's going on in a case, and we'll say, instead of saying follow the clues, we'll say follow the foliage. And that will be our little inside word for following the tracks, following the footprints, follow the foliage.
Someone just had a TV, jewelry, bonds or something stolen out of the house, and you saw something, a fleeting image that you wouldn't have gotten had we not had the engineering facility at the FBI Academy working on it. He would have gotten away with it the way he destroyed the cameras, which he's probably done in the past. We wouldn't even be talking about it to the level we are now. So he probably has reps in getting away with stealing lower level stuff, probably going for bigger heist. And lo and behold, he wound up hitting the house of Savannah Guthrie's mom. Bam.
Yeah.
Boy, is that unlucky.
And by the way, follow the foliage to the like button, please. And then follow the foliage to the subscribe button if you have not already.
That's the thing. I mean, it could be something as simple as that. When you have something that affects so many people, I think our natural inclination quite often is to expect it to be something of equal size and gusto, when sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's the actions of one moron or a few or whatever it may be. And the chaos that one person can cause, I think we're always kind of surprised by. We see it every day in our stories. But it's true. I mean, one person can cause ungodly amounts of chaos if they really put their minds to it.
And I want to interject. One of our great listeners put on there. He couldn't have come up with this plan on his own. Think about the plan. It sucked. It didn't work. So he could have come up with it on his own.
Yeah, that's a good point.
we keep thinking it was a great plan, or we think it was this man. No,
I know she's still gone.
What is this guy talking about? It's not a great plan. I mean, whatever it is, it's worked so far, unless there's things we don't know about. So I don't know. This is not his Robin Dreek's best day in the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect's eyes. In the Shepherd of Black Sheep's eyes, he's not doing a good job at following the foliage.
We don't know who they
And he
are.
hasn't been
Well,
caught.
remember,
Seems to have kind of worked.
I don't think that was the plan.
Yeah.
The plan was to get something and get out and get away with it. None of that worked.
But that's assuming that the plan was not to get her. That's assuming they were trying to get something else out of the house. That's assuming that
He's right only if the goal was money and they didn't get money. If the goal was something else, they've been very successful.
So if the plan,
now, the only other case would be if it was an attempted robbery and it was just a collateral thing that didn't mean to happen. But I don't think that's the case. I think now this was, as Brian Etten said in that video earlier, he needs to put in the GPS to even get there at nighttime because he takes wrong turns and can get lost. So someone who did that, they know the area. So that also leads you to believe it's an insider thing in some way. How close to the inside, we don't know.
so again, let's work it. If the plan was to get her, what's the reason to get her? To profit?
That
from
we
it
don't know.
Well, to profit from it monetarily. Well, and so if the plan was to get her to send some sort of message, where's the message?
I think that's coming. Wait for our feature presentation. I think we're still in the previews.
Maybe.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
So at this point, 12 days in, so I haven't looked this up. I'm just going to use some conjecture because now I'm going to look it up afterwards. So actually, I looked it up beforehand. Actually, I don't remember the actual number on it. So if this was done for a political messaging in some way, 12 days without a manifesto, no, it just doesn't. It's way out on the outliers because
I know.
I flushed that one out too. I go down all these different.
I think it's getting crazy. I don't know what this is, and I think it's because we're getting in an atmosphere right now where there's so much going on around us, that so many outliers and so many things that we've all said to ourselves, that's crazy, that's impossible, that would be a fever dream if this was real. We're finding out are actually quite real and have been going on around us with a lot of very powerful people for a very long period of time and fairly open within those circles now that we're learning a lot more. So I think this leap to conspiracy level thinking, or things that are like beyond, just the regular circle of what the averages would tell us. I think people are going there going, well, Jesus, I mean, I thought all that was completely insane too, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that means that is what this is. I'm just saying the leap to get there ain't such a far leap anymore. It's
Not
like just
these
taking
days.
it's like it's taken a step that way where it used to be, oh, that's this other side of the valley over there. I got to go over this whole chasm.
Put the tinfoil hat on.
Yeah, like now it's like, oh, it's right there. And so that's why I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I know I'm not the only one that's like, is this something far larger than what the averages show us that it could likely be?
So let's take a look at, you use a great phrase, it's not a far leap to get there. So what makes things not a far leap to get
mentally
there?
I'm saying.
Right. And here's why. Because when media creates a lot of noise and a lot of information, and we become with data overload, and we start entertaining everything that comes in on that data flow, leaps are no longer leaps, they're steps.
Yeah.
That's why remember, we do this all the time with every single case. When things get really complicated, it's not. We got to keep it simple. Go back to the very foundation of what logically is happening. And I see in the chat that they think they went there to target Nancy and to take her. Okay. I never discount anything. I'm just saying, what was the purpose? What was the reason? Mm-hmm. There'd have to be some sort of gain. There'd have to be some sort of mission. And that is not evident. And when you don't have,
it's not yet.
Not yet, 12 days in, but if there was a reason for her being purposely...
The only time you would have a full backpack to rob a house is maybe if there's tools in there that you're expecting to like break into a safe or something. I don't know. That's just speculation though.
Abducted. So let's assume that one of the ransom notes is real. that was really poorly done because it's not working. Because the first thing, anyone that entertains the idea, anyone right now, Google it right now. Google what's the first step you do when you want to successfully abduct someone for monetary gain?
I'm not Googling that. Not on my.
Well,
Yeah, you're going through a divorce right now. That might not be the best thing for your search history.
Well,
You guys go ahead.
The first thing that'll pop up, well, I've done it for everyone. The first thing that pops up is you have to show sign of life, because no one has ever paid. No one in the history of this has ever paid without sign of life. And what's the first thing they're not doing? Any attempt of sign of life or dialogue with family. Granted, now I originally thought, well, maybe they're being really super clever. They're not going to allow dialogue for protection. So where's the sign of life?
Yeah, I agree.
That's the one pivotal piece.
That's
here,
it. Yeah.
isn't it?
It's
So,
like,
and again, I'm not paying a dime unless there's proof of life. And if I'm the FBI or local law enforcement, I'm not telling Savannah to pay anything unless there's proof of life. You can raise the reward. Sure, raise the reward, but absolutely. But don't pay without proof of life.
What happens every time you go down one of these roads?
Yeah.
I keep entertaining them all, but all of a sudden you hit a roadblock that doesn't make sense.
And that's what I was just about to say. It's like we're going down each road and everyone's like, shit, the road's closed over here. They're not quite done with the construction. And it doesn't mean the construction is not going to be finished, though. And it's going to lead us to some place at some point in time. And I think that's what we're all waiting here for. We're all sitting at this like road construction and like, well, who's going to finish their lane first? 10 days in, every person and institution with a public voice in the Nancy Guthrie case is communicating. And the contradictions between them are piling up. The Guthrie family has released 4 escalating videos, the most recent directly addressing the alleged kidnapper.
And this is correct. They have Annie's car is impounded. And as the interview room was saying before, the guy there was saying, yeah, you don't impound the car unless the word suspect is attached to it. And that would lead me to believe that Ashley Banfield's source was correct. But what's confusing me is we've heard nothing about that. And I think if it was him, I just think we would have heard more news, or there would have been an arrest or something. But we haven't heard that. So maybe that lead was wrong. Doesn't mean Ashley's source was not telling the truth. I think he might have been. But maybe it just turned into nothing.
FBI says there's no verified communication between a confirmed kidnapper and the family. The sheriff declared the doorbell footage was permanently unrecoverable. 10 days later, the FBI produces it with some sort of back-end data that it somehow got. There's a lot of questions, not a lot of answers. A lot of people's opinions are out there in this, and that is just what it is. At the end of the day, opinions don't necessarily help us find Nancy Guthrie, but it does help. Help, I don't know if help is the right word, but it does frame this situation in everyone's mind in very unique ways. Savannah Guthrie and her siblings, they've released those public videos in response to the ransom notes that have been sent out, some not even really described as ransom notes, more so messaging. Let me ask you this, Robin, on their responses, and obviously all of those deadlines have passed. Who knows if another one pops up between now and then, or anybody seeing this. The responses that they were giving, was it given because the FBI or somebody really had something else on the back end that was pointing to those being very credible, that the family gave it that sort of weight? Or was it more so, we got nothing to lose, why don't we do this? Because does it hurt anything if we put this out there? No. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
So typically the families will be the driving force on that. And they've said it, the sheriff, when he keeps opening his mouth,
he's not at the game.
I know. So families are driving that. And again, my hypothesis and conjecture on this, they crafted those messages. They wanted to put them out because, hey, and I agree with it too, because you just don't know. It's an outlier of a possibility that they're real, but at the same time, you don't want to take that chance. And so good job of putting those out there, because it did bring the most important thing. Now, here's another real a critical reason why those messages were so good and a good reason to put them out there, because they weren't just targeted at the potential kidnappers. They're targeted at the entire country and world we need help finding our mom.
Yeah.
And each message was so well done, because typically what happens is that the family will put together very, very organically, sincerely, and truly from their heart of the things they want to say. And then they invite, it's not pressed upon them. They invite, because they're offered, hey, we have a resource. If you want to kind of tweak this messaging, here's some cause and effect that we've seen behaviorally that can actually target this a little bit better. Is that something you're comfortable with? And and they probably invited them to do that. So each one of those messages, I think, served a very good purpose of what it was trying to do. And now what we don't know is, because it's one-way communication, and it's either one-way communication with the real person or with a bunch of frauds. I was 50-50 at the beginning on whether it was real kidnapping, because again, they're not doing it the way, if they're really focused on getting money in exchange for Nancy, they're going about it completely backwards wrong. And as time passed more on this, I think it was completely fraud.
I want to get your take on this. Some reporting that has come out in the last 24 hours talks about the sheriff's department believing that the kidnappers, as basically it's still being phrased, are in the Tucson area. And the reasoning behind that, according to this reporting, it's not our reporting, it's somebody else's reporting. And there's so many outlets, honest to God, I can't remember exactly who it is. Right. I don't want to miscredit or credit somebody for this. Somebody's saying this, trust me, I was just reading it. The reasoning behind that they believe the person's in the area is because they reached out to local television stations.
Good point. So,
no, that's not a good point.
Why? How so?
I could go to any. If you want to send are you like only going to know if there's a local television station in the area if you are living in the area?
I suppose you could look it up.
Yeah, of course you can look it up. In 2 seconds, I can tell you every television station in any city on the planet that you could go to and send ransom notes to. It doesn't mean you're in the general area.
So remember, like the video over here if you're here, and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live almost every night, talk about true crime, current events, and I use my experience with narcissistic abuse, mental health, and addiction, and I apply it to those areas. Also to note, considering I talk about true crime every night, we can joke in the chat, and it doesn't mean we're making light of the situation. It doesn't mean that people have lacking empathy. It's just a heavy topic to go over every night. So I don't mind people having like fun in the comments because of that. It's not going to be a freaking morgue in here.
But that's how it was explained. I'm asking you, Robin, I'm hoping to God there's more reasoning behind that thought process that's being expressed verbally to media, that this is the reason why they think the person's in the area, because they sent messages to local TV stations and through their websites.
Maybe. So one reason why, again, so let's put ourselves, if it's someone like we saw on the front porch that is doing this, their familiarity with the area, if they are local, they might have an affiliation with it. I think that's probably the only stretch they're making, unless for some reason they were able to backtrack where the messages are coming from, which we heard they didn't.
Or you get an IP, and I can look like I'm coming to you from Istanbul.
They said they masked their IPs.
Yeah, exactly. If you have VPN, you're not going to know.
In YTMZ, I mean, just the choices of the media outlets they used for exposure were really strange to me as well. And that's why it's another just stupid thing to me. Yeah. So if you're going for a national audience and you want exposure, I would send one message to Fox and one to CNN. That's going to be you're going to cover the entire country with those two stations for anyone to watch.
I mean, TMZ is a great choice. But I guess if you're sending ransom notes, how often is it that they're sent to media, not directly to the families?
Never.
Or some person of,
never.
Yeah.
Never. So remember, let's look at the intent. If the intent is to get money, you want a private dialogue where you can manipulate the family without anyone weighing in on this. Because the way the families respond is, oh my God, my loved one's in danger, and there's going to be a time pressure. And time pressure and proof of life is going to inspire someone to pay. That's why these things work. That's why the first red flag from the very get-go is they didn't send the message to the family, and there's no proof of life.
So there's really only one case, I think, for that person, the foliage grabber person, to be not the perpetrator. Is at the least he's in on it, though. At the least he's in on it. But the reasoning they think there could be a distraction is because the back door was found open, and the blood's in the front door, coming out the front door. So does that speak to more than one person being involved? It very well could. So at the least, that person at the front, the foliage grabber, is absolutely involved. I mean, so if they find him, he's going to be toast too. But there could be another person. That's the point.
There's been one case where this is the method.
No. At the end of the day, I mean, my guts, I mean, who knows? But the fact that what's disturbing me about this being a story in the last 24 hours is the fact that there still seems to be a lot hanging on the idea that these messages have anything to do with Nancy Guthrie and her existence. That this is even being, and again, this could be behind the scenes. They're saying this because they're wanting attention to go over here from the public, and because that's going to open up the gates over here for us to do more work, and people aren't going to, we're not going to be disturbed while we're trying to work over here diligently to find Nancy. I don't know. That's we hope something competent is going on behind the curtain outlook on it. When in reality, you look at the track record of the sheriff's department, it's anything but. Let's talk about who's leading this and where the calls are coming from, because the reporting that I saw on this was claiming this was, the sheriff's department saying it, a source from behind the scenes. And again, it's not my reporting. You got the FBI certainly involved. You have more resources involved beyond the sheriff's department. Thank God. So who's making the calls here? Like last night when they when they had a person of interest for questioning, which turned out to be absolutely nothing. Yeah. But they got the hostage negotiation crews ready and everything, which good. I mean, be ready just in case. Turns out it was a nothing burger. But who's making these calls? Is this a conjunction thing? Is the sheriff's department making any calls in this shit show anymore? Or is it 100% FBI and the sheriff's department's along for the ride? Or some sort of combination of?
Here's who it should be if things are going normal. There will be one lead investigator, and that's the single point of contact, single point of success or failure. So think of a wagon wheel. Mm-hmm. Center of the wagon wheel is the lead investigator. This is the main person making and it's not the sheriff. Now, granted, the sheriff could usurp it. Anyone can try to usurp it. Depends on.
So I don't know how he knows this, because if Robin knows this, he's the only one that knows this, because no one else knows who's in charge. The investigators on the case don't know who's in charge. So how does Robin know who's in charge? Make that make sense, please. Oh, and like the video, please.
The strength and experience of the lead investigator, which I don't know who that is. Good, because they're too busy working to be mouthpiecing all off to the place. And so you have the lead investigator, and then you have all the spokes coming off of them. And you have FBI, you have forensics, you have state, you have everyone off this. And so everything should be flown into that one lead investigator at the central hub that's trying to keep all this organized in their mind. They probably have co-case agents or co-investigators that are helping them with, and that have been delegated certain areas and responsibilities, but everything that goes in comes that lead investigator for doing X, Y, and Z. Most likely, hopefully, a very experienced person with a lot of tenure that might not have experience doing this particular thing, because this is not that common, but they have a lot of good experience managing large teams of people and resources coming in, and knowing how to triage and prioritize what's coming in and flush things out, and keeping themselves out of the media so they can do the righteous work that they're doing.
And that is interesting, Maureen, that they said that Ransom Note was trying to get in touch with the family, but the family wasn't answering. I guess the reasoning would be if they thought it was a fraud, someone just trying to exploit the situation, or they already told them, hey, we're not going to do a damn thing unless there's proof of life. And there's just no proof of life in that note. So they said, screw you. 975, 25 away from pay dirt. Thank you, folks. Pay dirt is 1,000 likes.
When we see movement, when we see data, when we see things happening, it's not because the mouthpiece is doing it. It's because the workers on the ground are doing it. I see a decent amount of organization now. Like, I know they're making a big deal of the hostage rescue team being there. They were on their way back from another part in the country. And when I was in the FBI, typically I was under Louis Freeh, Mueller, Comey, and Wray before I retired. And especially under Mueller, we would always, anytime something happened in New York City or anywhere in the world, 9/11. I remember when the anthrax scare first happened in New York City after 9/11. We literally were told we have to be on site. We were sent out to show up in our suits to be on site. When ABC, I think it was ABC that actually had the anthrax scare, we were sent there just to show an FBI presence. We were doing nothing. I showed up in my suit to stand around ABC where it was supposedly anthrax. NYPD showed up in their Tyvek suits and the respirator gear, and they're there handling it right next to me. And I'm like, wow.
That's not nerve-wracking at all now, is it?
So a lot of times they throw people at things to show presence. The FBI's involved, blah, but meanwhile.
Didn't we have an anthrax suit in our mailroom, Stacey?
I think you're right. We did. We absolutely did.
I think I think every media entity in the country did at that moment, which I don't know what one anthrax suit does for a building of 50 people, but it made you feel good.
You know what they did? Funny side story. Sorry, they actually shut down the entire courthouse in New York City, Southern District of New York one day because there was white powder in the women's bathroom on the toilet seat. They thought
talcum
it was
powder, baby powder, forgot.
Oh, white powder on the bathroom seat. Thank you so much, Sweet Caroline. I read that TMZ means 30-mile zone around Hollywood. You know what? I did not know that. I wonder why they were sent that ransom note. It would speak to them just wanting notoriety. But if that's really what TMZ stands for, I learned something new today, Sweet Caroline. Thank you. And thank you for the super chat, of course. But could you imagine that? They find white powder on a toilet seat. What would you think? Cocaine, anthrax, or baby powder? And look at these guys. If you're going to criticize us for making jokes, look at Robin Dreek. He's smiling and making jokes. You better get him.
I'd say. And then we all get cancer from it. Remember the lawsuits after that?
They sent us in our suits to collect the sample that they thought was anthrax.
You see, it's funny. You go to talcum powder, I'm like, oh, somebody's doing a line of coke off the toilet.
No, all the women in our chat, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Sorry for the side note and going down the rabbit hole, but that's so when you're seeing a large presence here, there's sometimes part of that presence is just for presence.
Yeah. And that's the optics of this. There's all of that's at play, and especially because they're trying to consider as well.
Now, previously, there was someone who got in trouble. They got arrested, actually, for sending a fake ransom note. It was something along the lines of, did you send the Bitcoin? I didn't get it yet. Something along those lines. He was arrested, and then he was already released on $20,000 bond, and you only have to pay 10% of that, so that's $2,000. So that did happen. I wouldn't be surprised if there's more arrests soon for other fake ransom notes too.
Are they not? They're still, I'm assuming, probably trying to operate. If somebody does have her and she is alive,
you want to be responsive.
What's going to make them respond? What's going to do something for that? And the answer to that equation is not necessarily the same thing that's going to make you or me or anybody watching this shit show respond the same way. It's going to be a very different carrot that's being hung out there on a stick of what they're going to respond to. But it's their job to try and figure out what that is.
Well, there's 4 minutes to go. We can survive 4 minutes, I think.
Is going to be. And with what if we literally have no communication here, let's just for a second take a look at everything that's happened, and we take everything, all the noise out of this. Let's pretend there has been zero ransom notes. There's been none of that. Just she's missed.
Oh, for sure. I thought the bond would be at minimum over $100,000 for trying to exploit a tragic situation like this. But the fact that it was only $20,000, I was very surprised because you only need to pay 10%, so $2,000. So we're coming down to the magical number, and the reason why I promised to do this is to tell you and to show you when you persevere and you have the right mindset and you refuse to give up, good things happen. So I manifest.
And it's been silenced now for 12 days because the reality of this case is that's what's happened. There's a ton of noise. And if none of that means anything, that is exactly where we are sitting in reality. This has all been noise that's been sprinkled in and people saying her name. It doesn't mean it's actually part of the case itself. We're 11, 12 days into a woman who was abducted from her home, and there's zero signs of life, and nobody's calling and actually saying, here's how you get her back or give us money.
Right. So if you boil it down to all that, what you have is a missing person with blood on the front step, and remove the ransom note side.
I'd like to thank the Academy and my mother and my brother and my friends that have all supported me and the flock of black sheep that helped to get me to 1,000 likes. Thank you.
And all the extra noise, you have a potential homicide with a home invasion is what they're trying to research and figure out what happened.
Yeah. Which may be exactly what it is. There's so many questions and not a lot of answers. And this is why everyone tries to fill in the blanks. And we're in a very volatile moment where those blanks are being filled in with a lot of stuff. Not saying it's wrong, not saying it's right. I'm saying we don't know. And that's what's the most important thing is taking a breath, but being vigilant and being aware of what we're seeing and what's being said to us as this continues along. Robin Dreeke, retired FBI special agent, chief of the Counterintelligence Behavioral Analysis Program. It's Not All About Me is your new book. It is out, and you have the giant sign available. We've been trying to do this for weeks now, and I keep forgetting that you have the giant version.
Yeah,
there we go. There we go. He's got a giant framed version of it.
B says you can do anything you want if you're willing to follow the foliage, and boom, you can follow your dreams.
Reminds me of kindergarten and like the Dick and Jane books. It's like see spot run.
Seriously though, Robin, what are you going to do with that? Like 6 months from now, where is that going to be? Is that going to be in the hallway somewhere? Does it go in the bedroom? Do you stick it in a closet? What do you do with that?
So a fun fact in my house, because of in order to make it not all about me, it's literally been my mantra to do what we do, to be able to focus and understand and assess others. You have to let go of self. In order to do that, you have to be able to put your ego in a box. And so literally, the only thing I actually still possess of a trophy of any accolade for my bureau career is right there. My retirement creds right there. Everything else I took a photo of and I threw out.
Wow.
I have nothing.
You need to write that book, like how to declutter your life.
Because who are you keeping it for?
It's true. What matters is what's in here.
Yeah.
His other book, Sizing People Up, he has several, but Sizing People Up, another good one, fairly applicable to this sort of a situation, and behavioral analysis of people. Worth checking out, everybody. Please do check that out. All right, your thoughts. We'll continue this conversation in the comment section. There's no right or wrong to any of this. We are all, as a community, just kind of trying to speculate and figure.
Yes, that's right. We're all just trying to speculate, and we're not going to be completely like a morgue. We'll take the situation seriously. And granted, even that Brian Hetton, if you get him talking long enough, I bet you he'd be making some jokes too about some things. But that 1K, the 1K looks good, doesn't it? Got a nice little ring to it. So which one? I guess this is the most recent one.
There
right?
is new video.
Or lied to.
Welcome to TMZ Live. A big break in the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping case. The FBI. There is new video, we are told, is on the FBI's radar in the Nancy Guthrie case. And it could be important, but we know it is in play. This video was shot at 1:52 in the morning at a home 5 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. You see a man in the video, both wearing a backpack and holding.
So Maureen, this video is old. This video is before, this is already a debunked thing. So is there another TMZ video you want me to see? Sweet Caroline, your achievement reminds me of my favorite quote. In the depths of winter, I found there lay within me an invincible summer. Camus. I love that quote, Sweet Caroline. Thank you very much for the super chats. She's been a bunch. She's the professional super chatter. And the flock of black sheep appreciates her very much. But so Maureen, though, this is the most recent TMZ video, and this is an old video, though. So Danielle, where have you been? We needed your likes. I mean, there's Megyn Kelly or Ashley Banfield. Although Ashley Banfield's or Megyn Kelly's videos are old now, too. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I think the most recent thing is from Megyn Kelly 6 hours ago. 5 hours ago. We'll know soon whether gloves found have abductor and whatever DNA. That's 5 hours ago. Can you stomach it? Can you stomach a Megyn Kelly? Or would you all be very angry with me? Because Maureen's there, Danielle. Did you know that?
Something else that happened is they found gloves. Okay, we talked about that with Phil Holloway before you guys got here. They found a pair of gloves, and everybody says, okay, it's the desert, you're going to see gloves. But it is kind of interesting that it's in exactly the right place. It's not too far away from Nancy's house, and the gloves, they're not in the middle of like an area people prune from the look of it.
Yes, B. And Cat's like, that's it. I'm out. But B, Megyn Kelly has basically stolen Maureen from Brian Etten while Brian Etten's on location. So Maureen's over here with Megyn Kelly. We'll see what happens when Brian Etten gets back to his location and see if he gets Maureen back, or they just divvy her up.
It's like roadside. It almost has the feel of somebody driving away and chucking things out the window. And then sure enough, we know that the police went back. They found these yesterday evening in the daylight hours, clearly. The sun had not set. You can see that in the video because the New York Post happened to be traveling with them. And they go back at 2:15 in the morning, not to that exact spot, guys, but not too far from there. I'm just judging from the map my team made, maybe half a mile farther south, to search in the darkness. So what's that about?
I don't understand searching in the darkness, and I've done a million of these searches, but Fitz, go ahead.
No, all I was going to say, and Maureen, you've been on these kind of task forces, at some point they start working around the clock, and you have 3 different shifts, maybe 2 different shifts, 12 hours each. Some kind of a lead comes in at midnight, a couple agents look at each other.
So there's a question, chat. Should I invite this guy on the show? Jim Fitzgerald, Cold Red Podcast. I'll reach out to Maureen too. I might be big enough to get her on by now.
The boss says, yeah, sure, hey, go out. And maybe just something as inconsequential as that. I don't mean the evidence is inconsequential or what they found, but it could be, hey, guys, we're just sitting here. The calls aren't coming in at, whatever time it is. Let's go out with our flashlights, put up some floodlights maybe and search this particular area. And I'm not sure if that's exactly when they found these gloves or they were looking for something else at that point. And there's also a reflective bag, as we noticed, Megyn and Maureen, and maybe just shining a flashlight across some of this wide, depth and breadth alongside these roadways, you'd get a reflection that you wouldn't normally necessarily pick up in the daylight with a backpack that may blend in with the flora, the vegetation, et cetera. So I don't want to put too much into the time of night that the agents were out there, except, hey, nothing else is happening. I've covered my leads. Let's go take a ride and look at some of these things. And someone picks up what they're doing.
Yep, everyone should check out Sable on Blonde's new song. She got some Cyndi Lauper on her channel there. So check that out.
They also may want to avoid the media knowing what they're doing, but of course someone saw them and
there's no avoiding us.
Yeah,
excellent,
and that's
excellent
okay.
point on the reflective material on that backpack, Fitz, because first of all, that backpack, if it's gray, you're not even going to see it when you're out there walking. It's going to be really hard. It's super bright sunlight. and everything is just those light camo colors, and that gray backpack would fall right into it. But with regard, if I could for a moment, on those gloves, I think the idea with the gloves is just, I'm just so excited about this piece of evidence for a number of reasons. Number one, it's going to have the guy's DNA on it. There's no way it's not going to. Secondly, if he put those gloves on while he was in his car before they got out to conduct this crime that they committed, and they put their hand in the door handle to open it, they could almost superimpose fingerprints that were on that door handle onto the glove and then transfer them onto some surface within the property or on the doors or on that housing of the Nest camera.
Would that still be here all this time later, Maureen? 10, 11 days later?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, wow. Really? You're confident?
Yeah.
Great.
Not to mention touch DNA.
And
I mean, that is interesting that she is very certain that there's going to be DNA found on that door and on the mat, apparently. That's interesting.
Could he be that dumb to throw the things out the window?
Well, my guess was when I...
Or maybe I'm misunderstanding. Are they talking more about the gloves or the door?
First heard it, he stopped to go to the bathroom, and he took the gloves off and may have tried to put them in his pocket, and it was pitch black and he didn't realize it, and they just fell to the ground while he was urinating.
Mm-hmm. And at this point, you're not foreseeing the entire country bearing down on your crime and the amount of searching and resources and 100 FBI agents or however many it is. You know, you're not thinking like, this is a dumb move to leave these gloves here. I'm off the crime scene at least.
And before a big op, you always, either before or after, you want to go to the washroom, right, Fitz? Especially as a guy.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Or have the stuff in the bottle to clean your hands. But yeah, I mean, of course, maybe within a 20-foot radius of those gloves, pick up some of the soil and look for any DNA material in there. I mean, we can probably find animal DNA, but also, and I think your earlier guest before us, Megan, suggested besides his own DNA on it or fingerprints, we could also have the DNA of Nancy Guthrie. So, and that would certainly tie the gloves in directly to the crime. And what we have to hope here too is that perhaps this guy is in CODIS. That's the national DNA database that they can run. So if there is DNA found, they could possibly come up with a name, an address conceivably right away, but he has to be in there for some sort of prior crime that would in fact law permits his DNA to be put in there, his write-up, so to speak. So there's a lot that can come from those gloves. It may come back to someone's DNA in CODIS who has nothing to do with the crime, and we all have to be prepared for that. But just like the other guy, double backpack guy, we're calling him, and these gloves, they all have to be worked to their logical conclusion until investigators can absolutely rule them out that they have nothing to do with Nancy's.
Maureen, how long would it
abduction.
take to get the DNA test back on those gloves, which they found yesterday afternoon, like around 4 or 5 in the evening?
The turnaround can be as fast as 24, 48 hours, especially with access to the FBI lab. They've got a bunch of 10-pound brains there on scene, but they can also ship it right back, have 2 agents.
And again, this is really only if it's actually theirs, right?
Jump on a flight and bring it right back to the lab. So they're gonna get it done very, very quickly. It would also be a little bit of a bonus if they could find some of that crushed foliage from the front porch with a little bit of blood from the guy's shoes right there next to those gloves.
Mm-hmm. And keep in mind, we've been discussing loosely in this past hour, like, did he have an accomplice driving the car, watching Nancy, helping him with the disposal of some of the materials? Don't forget, Kash Patel did say.
So remind me, chat, though, what gloves are they talking about here? The ones that they found by the side of the road or different gloves?
On Hannity 2 nights ago, persons of interest. We have persons, plural. He's not dumb. He understands to make it plural, it means something than to just say we have a person, old Carlos. So, query who else he's looking at there. By the way, on the Carlos thing, there was reporting that explained some of why they got to him. Nerdy Addict, who was the one who posted that video of Pac-Man.
All right, so these gloves by the roadside, this is a long shot, right? This is not like the glove found at Nancy's house. That's much more likely to be something. But these just on the side of the road, miles away, mile and a half away. It's a long shot. Not impossible. Sometimes long shots hit, but it's a long shot. Also, remember to like the video while you're here. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you.
He reported that Carlos was detained based on cell phone usage data and traffic analysis, which would make sense because Carlos said they didn't even interview me when they approached me. They put cuffs on me. I sat there for 2 hours.
And that's the problem with the one that was in the house. The sheriff didn't listen and didn't send it to Quantico. He sent it to a place in Florida, and apparently that can take months, according to some people in the chat, which is absurd. It's absurd that the sheriff would do that. It's absurd that he wouldn't just send it to Quantico when you can get results much quicker anyway. It's like, why would you do that? It just doesn't make sense to me.
Searched my home. They took my phone. They took my mother-in-law's phone. They took my wife's phone. They took my kids' phones, and then they left. And they battered their way into my house, and they caused some damage. My wrists hurt. But he said they didn't even interview him. And as you know, later, the FBI said his alibi checked out, reportedly said. So that would make some sense if they were going off of cell phone usage.
And remember, the people don't even know who's in charge of this investigation right now. The people on the ground, they don't even know if the FBI or local law enforcement is involved. That can't be a good sign, if you ask me.
Data and traffic analysis. We know he was a DoorDash delivery driver. Maybe they spotted him. Yeah, he was in the area.
Around. He's going up and down that block. He may have parked in the area behind him for a few minutes, and they were sorry about that.
No, I can hear you. I got you.
You know, he may have his movements must have been suspicious.
And then when they get their hands on his phone, they know easily within an hour.
I can tell you. So as a professional face reader and just energy, I can pick up on the energies. Maureen's, what's the word? Chemistry with Brian Hetton is much better, right? They flow back and forth. Maureen's more comfortable with Brian. With Megan, you know, it's a little bit of like I think Megan has a bit of an ego.
Where he was on the night in question during the hours in question, right? That doesn't take the FBI long to run down.
Not at all. And let me, I'm sure there's a number of defense attorneys in the area reaching out to Carlos. Saying, we're going to sue the government for you. And Megan, as a lawyer, you know this. There's such a thing as known as exigent circumstances. And I've learned that in a few different law enforcement academies. I'm not a lawyer, but it's very, very rare that that can actually come into play here. And I think a kidnapped person who may be, you know, conceivably dying without medication or heart, anything to do with her heart problem, those kind of factors can kick in where Miranda warnings can be put aside and emergency searches can be done like we're done, like having been done here. They can still contest it in court later, even civilly with this guy. But just so people don't think there's all kinds of rights being violated here, exigent circumstances is a legal term, and that kind of covers the agent's investigative actions at this part. He didn't really seem to be complaining. I think he said basically, besides his wrist being a little sore or something, the agents treated him okay, but they had to do that.
They didn't rough him up. They just put the handcuffs on him. International disputes, inflation, rising national debt, digital currency.
All right. That's the end of it. We're kind of starting to scrape the bottom of the barrel here with new information and news because, I mean, they're scraping. They're scraping with that video with Double Backpack Man. They're scraping with these gloves by the side of the road. There's just not much else to go off of, which is why one of these days soon I'll do an Epstein thing. We'll go over some Epstein. Yes. Double backpack, probably double gun. All sorts. Now, Rebecca, welcome. Make sure you follow the foliage to the like button on the way in here. We had a fun time in the chat today. Even if we get a little grief for it, that's okay. I don't mind people having some fun. What are we going to do? Be as serious as a morgue in a church in here? No. Yes, talking about serious subject matter, but they all, you know, you better believe the FBI and friends has some dark humor as well. And the police, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Well, this whole case is they have nothing. If Tommaso isn't a suspect, they have nothing. That's my thought. They have nothing, and maybe there's something on that glove. Because here's the thing about DNA. The DNA really matters if that person has a record, right? If that person doesn't have a record, is there evidence of their DNA somewhere they're going to cross-examine it with? There's really not, as far as I know. So it's all about, do they have a record? Because whenever you get arrested, you get the thumbprints up. So they have you, and so they know. Thank you, Tess from Maria. Absolutely, Bella. You got that right. How do they do that, Sam? I've wondered with that, with 23andMe and whatever the other one's called, Ancestry. Like, how do they have everyone's DNA? Well, that's actually a good cross-examination, though, right? Where you have to send it to them on your own. Or you send in your saliva or something, right? So, yeah, if they've ever done that, so all the criminals out there are going to be like, yeah, I'm not going to be sending my shit to 23andMe or Ancestry. Love to see it, B, right? To follow the foliage to the likes and the subscribe button. Yes or yes. Watching from the UK, it's 8:30 in the morning where you are. You have a little cup of a spot of tea. Across the pond, you can have a cup of tea with Caroline and Kat. Thank you, Maureen. I see you're in green now, too. I love to see it. I love to see it. And that's exactly right. If you can't laugh, you'll cry. Absolutely. The sheriff blocked FBI from testing the glove and sent it to private lab. Yep, that was foolish of him. He sent it to Florida instead of sending it to Quantico, the FBI headquarters. Ridiculous of him to do that. To me, it's like, what did he do that for? You just want the credit? You want the credit of sending it to your place, even though it's going to take much longer? Absurd. Absurd. The time flies by when we're having fun in here, doesn't it, Bella? Which is another thing, right? What are you doing when the time flies by? Well, for me, while I'm doing this, the time flies by. I'm glad, see, B, I knew, because before you came in here, I was right about to ask everybody, has anyone seen B? And then literally, as I was about to say that, you popped in. Meant to be. Meant to be. Ellie, the foliage grabbers. You got to watch out for those foliage grabbers, especially the ones with bulges and soft things and bulges. You got to watch out for them. Tommaso dropped her off and supposedly stayed in car and watched her go in. Why didn't he help her go in? I don't know if we know that, Detroit. I don't know if we know that's exactly how it went. They don't know if it was Annie or him or both of them. We just don't know. But there's got to be some videos, and I would think there's got to be some NASA videos of the area too, where they can zoom in and find something. That's what I would be asking them. I'm like, hey, FBI, what kind of satellite capabilities do you have over there at NASA? Can you zoom in? Can you zoom in? You think they have something like that, right? Considering the technology we have today, like, come on, it's got to be something. Maybe, Ellie. Maybe you have to be our sacrifice and do that. Yeah, we only know what they released, Bella. There certainly could be more. I'm not sure what they can see from the street, too. They could see, like, when Nancy came home, does she not use the front door? Or does she just use the garage door? Seems like she used the garage door, right? Good question, Nancy. I'm not so sure. I'm not sure what the answer to that is. Yes, they caught a killer through 23andMe, crime unsolved a few decades ago. They found him through a relative DNA. Yeah, that can happen. That is true, Bella. I mean, let's hope for this case they can find, there's got to be something out there. You would think that'd be a good place for satellites, right? Because there's not as many bright lights out there. They got those ordinates. It's not like by me, in between Philly, New York, and Baltimore. Lots of bright lights in the sky here. Is it really? I didn't know that, B. 23andMe is how they find Koberger. Interesting. Interesting indeed. So while you're all rolling in, remember to hit the like button while you're here. Make sure you're subscribed. Remember, I go live almost every night. The only night I don't is Sunday, but I talk about true crime, current events, and I use my experience with narcissistic abuse, mental health, and addiction, and neurodivergence too, I should add to all of that, being on the spectrum. And I apply those things to current events and true crime. And there's an awesome flock of black sheep in here too, of course. The world is looking for Nancy? Oh, yes. Yes, it is. I thought Nancy was someone in the chat for a second. I'm like, what? No, Nancy Guthrie, of course. Maybe Epstein tomorrow, B, unless there's something very interesting with this case. But we'll see. We'll see how things unfold. Thank you, Nancy. Nancy in the chat subscribed. Aha. I love it. No need to apologize. You subscribed. That's what counts. And hit that notification bell. But all right. Coming up on 4 hours here. So what I did today, I made sure I stayed live until I got 1,000 likes because I promised Maureen in the chat that I would. And if I make a promise, I don't back out. Yes, I'm glad you found us, Sam. Sam Kinks, they call her. Yeah, it's been a grand old time in here. You got a little grief, but that's okay. A little grief makes you stronger, as Kelly Clarkson would say. Many of the top-level management at GameStop and PSA have had their names redacted from the files. Oh, dear. Please share my videos. These men are dangerous predators and should not be allowed to any... You know, I've been looking for some Epstein victims to interview, honestly. I've seen them around, but they say nothing happens when they get interviewed. So they didn't want to do it. I keep my promise, Maureen. No one's going to accuse me of being a liar. Yes, definitely, Sarah. Hit those notifications. That really does help. And you are correct, Bella. Kelly Clarkson is. Do you have a suicide sentence? What does that mean? Like some sort of alliteration? I don't even know. Good night, Danielle. Yeah, as soon as I learn what that means, I'm going to bed too. You got it, Jolly. Oh, I get it now. Okay. Stupid me. Yes. Clinton's, you could have said. That would have made sense to me. The old Clintoning. All right. All right, guys. Over and out time. Thank you very much for being here, participating in the chat, making it fun for all of us. And I'll be back again tomorrow night. Thank you, Ellie and Jolly and Kat and B and Sarah and Anne and Sale and Rebecca. And who else? Even the people we made upset. Can't forget them. Ellie. No Heather tonight, by the way. Heather and George are going to get a demerit. Sweet Caroline, have a great night too. Rebecca. All right. That's a good question, Big Cat. Very good question. All right, Jay. Appreciate you modding. Thank you to Livin for modding as well. Thanks for helping getting the likes up, Bella. Appreciate you. Dogs in the beach sounds lovely. Good. I love it, Maureen. Yeah, that happens, B. Gotta take the good with the bad. That's a good question, Maureen. I don't know where she is. We'll see. Hopefully she's here tomorrow night. But all right, everybody. Thanks for the super chats. Thanks to the mods for modding. And I'll see you tomorrow night. Have a good night, Thomas.